let's get one more from the floor, somebody I won't pick on and point to at the moment. Somebody wants to volunteer an idea. If you don't volunteer, I will pick on you, so you might as well jump up and volunteer one good action, please. Yes, ma'am. You were listening during the last presentation, huh? Yeah, some of us maybe ought to work on becoming politically correct before we decide to stop being politically correct, right? So, 2 steps forward, 3 steps back sort of thing. Yeah, that's a pretty good. I think you might get along well with our next presenter. Maybe you guys will connect socially after this. So I sort of teased you here. I'll be frank. This is a presentation I've been looking forward to literally for weeks now. Yvette and I were actually on a program together in San Diego a month and a half or so ago, 2 months ago. Canola Council of Canada was hosting a group of their leaders in San Diego. Yes, apparently if your organization is based in the frigid north beyond the wall, you go to places like San Diego for your annual meeting in months like February, and it was a great time. Now, the reason I've been looking forward to this presentation for a while is because I didn't actually stay and watch Yvette's presentation at the Canola Council meeting, because my wife and I got married on the beach in Coronado Island where we were staying for that particular conference, and I decided I'm going to see the SciBabe speak in a couple months in DC. I'm going to go hang out with my girls on the beach during the morning presentation at this particular session. So you can be forgiven. You saw my picture of my cute daughter earlier, right? So you can understand, going to the beach with her was a pretty high priority for Dad. So I've really been looking forward to this presentation for quite some time, because I follow our next speaker on Twitter and know that she has quite a lot to share with us, to challenge us, to give us some different perspectives. Yvette D'Entremont, who's emerged as a leading crusader against unproven scientific claims and pseudoscience, is known for busting myths using a combination of real science and a heavy dose of humor under the name The SciBabe. Working to teach people how to recognize hallmarks of good science since debuting her online presence in August of 2014, Yvette's popularity exploded in April of last year when she penned an article on the online news site Gawker that debunked many of the food myths perpetuated by Vani Hari, a blogger under the moniker The Food Babe. The Gawker, any fans of The Food Babe here? I was hoping for some nervous chuckles from the audience. That's good. The Gawker article has been viewed nearly 5 million times, garnered more than 400,000 likes on Facebook. D'Entremont continues to speak out against misinformation and pseudoscience in various venues, including her popular blog, Facebook, and Twitter feeds. Plans to release a book yet this year. Please welcome Yvette D'Entremont.
Yeah, that's awesome. We'll take it later. That was such a wonderful, long introduction to say that I like telling people they're full of it. It's great work if you can find it. So thank you for coming to my talk about communicating farm to table in the social media age. And here's one of the big issues is that people don't seem to understand the food system, how things get from point A to point B. And they seem to think that, that the cavemen eat paleo cabbage almond crunch. And this is an appropriate it crossfits, and that's an appropriate source of information for people. So we're trying to, to re-educate people a little bit on how proper nutrition works, and beyond that, how food gets from you, the farmer, to I know there are people here from all over the food supply, from from every point A to point Z. So on with the show a little bit. So where are people getting their information? They're getting it from all over the place, and unfortunately, not from you. They're getting it from memes like this. Kale contains more calcium than a small pebble, more beef than happiness, and 42 times more calcium, vitamin C than shrubbery. This is obviously a bit of a spoof, but we need to find out ways to improve communications about different things within your system. So right now, one of the big things that people are not so sure about, very confused about, is antibiotics, and that's one of the big things that I've heard back throughout communicating with people within the Ag Summit, that people are very confused about how antibiotics are working. They're not sure if the beef some of the beef on the market has antibiotics in it, whether it's being used just, they're being fed massive doses of antibiotics, if there's food on the market with antibiotics in it. consumers need more education on this, and they need more education from you. So there needs to be ways to bridge the gap on that communication. We need better techniques to bust myths, and it needs to be coming not just from bloggers like me, but from the industry. And whatever is happening right now, given that consumers are very, very, scared and uptight about this, and they're spending more regularly on things that are labeled antibiotic-free, hormone-free, there is a communication gap. And at the end of this, I'm going to give you a couple of action items that I'm using and that other science communicators are using to better communicate, at least when we're, working as, I guess I'd say, free agents, and we're working on our own accord. So on from that, where are people getting their information? They're getting them from headlines, and this is kind of worrisome because these were all on the same website on the same day. Take that in for a minute. And of course, these two pictures, one woman is very frustrated about salad and one woman is laughing over salad. I don't know what's so funny about salad. I'm very confused about this. But the first two headlines were interesting when you looked into the articles. 30 foods you should never eat after the age of 30, and 10 simple ways to turn your meal into an aphrodisiac. Some foods were on both lists. Now, I don't know if this is telling me as a 32-year-old that my childbearing years are up. That was my first guess. But this is how helpful is this to a consumer when they don't know what they're allowed to, or what foods are on the list this week. 20 best and worst gas station foods for weight loss. There are some places that will tell you you're only supposed to shop in the outer aisles at the grocery store. The gas station is the inner aisles. How is this helpful? 23 worst food additives in America. If you ask Miss Bonnie Hari, don't ask Miss Bonnie Hari, please. She'll tell you that every food additive is bad. So wouldn't this list be superfluous? 9 reasons why a juice cleanse will work in your favor. Juice cleanses will never work in your favor. The same website ran my article the week before telling you why a juice cleanse was BS. So I'm not sure how they choose which pieces of nutrition advice they're giving to your consumers. But and 6 foods thin women eat every day. I'm starting a podcast, and my co-host is a comic who she's one of those tiny little girls in Hollywood who you look at and go, she has to be just living on cocaine and broken dreams, and she's just a naturally tiny person who's like, I think I'll eat a bag of potato chips tonight because she can. There's no hard and fast rules on who's going to be thin and who's going to be like, I'm going to hit the gym for 3 hours tonight, and if I look at a calorie, I'll get fat. So these things don't, oh yeah, and diet and weight loss tips from zoo animals, really? Really? That was a headline. So here's the thing, these are things that your consumers are reading along with BS labels. Now, harmless coconut water. I know that you're all, in the agricultural area, but we had to dissect this because I saw this at an airport and had to take a picture because I'm like, I'm going to use this for a slide one day. This was so nutty. Now, there are a bunch of different labels that you're going to see, and there are a bunch of different things that just don't match up between back of the label and front of the label that your customers have to wade through. Fair trade, and I think people look at this and think, oh, the farmer is going to get a better deal. Doesn't necessarily mean that. It means maybe the producers get a better deal, but it doesn't always guarantee the farmer does. Harmless. Were no coconuts harmed in the making of this? Organic. I'm sure everyone in this room has an opinion about organic. Yes, I don't need to get into that rant. Proprietary technologies. Were these technologically advanced coconuts? Could we bang them together and make you think you're riding on a horse a little better? For my Monty Python fans in the audience. And the best part with this, when you looked at the back of the label, it said they were exclusively Nam Hom coconuts. And it said they were the most fragrant coconuts in the world. Now, I know how to use Google, so I looked this up. When you first looked it up, the first website that came up was the website for harmless coconut water, talking about how they were the best coconuts. They were the best coconuts. But I just thought that was amazing that they made this self-perpetuating thing saying they were the best coconuts in the world. So this was all their own little marketing scheme, but nothing on it made it sound like it was anything other than maybe good tasting coconut water. But here's the thing, apply stuff like that to labels from your industry. How many things do you see on here that doesn't need to be on a label to ensure customer safety or didn't need to be on it 50 years ago? People are nodding. People are familiar with all this stuff. How many things in here could confuse customers? And I can go through, like, you guys know your industry better than I do, but 100% all natural. What does that mean to a consumer? Does that mean there are artificial chickens? It's no added antibiotics. Like, this to a consumer indicates on some level that there are chickens out there, that there are thighs on the market that mean they're feeding their kids antibiotics. Yes, it's like even if you know at the top of the supply chain that it means that some antibiotics are, that some chickens are given antibiotics when they're sick, and by the time that they're back into the supply chain or back onto the market, there are no antibiotics left in the system. This is what is indicated to a consumer. No added hormones, and there's that little asterisk. That little asterisk that means that there are no hormones in the market at all. A consumer doesn't take the 2 minutes to read that. They just see this and think, what, there are hormones going on here? This is what happens when you put all these things on a label. These are the indicators to a consumer. So we have to think really hard about what this means. And I understand there's a thought to acquiesce to what people are requesting, but we have to think really hard about this. When they're asking all these questions, is it hormone free? Is it antibiotic free? Are all these things happening in the food? They're not asking per se, they're not concerned about the antibiotic. They're not concerned about that because those things were meaningless to them 50 years ago. They want to know, is it safe? Because someone's told them this is here and it's unsafe to you. And they know, a customer knows on some level that a chicken can get sick. They know that a cow can get sick. They have animals. They've all taken a dog or a cat to the vet before and know that an animal can go on antibiotics and get better in 2 weeks and that it's not in their system forever. They have kids too. They know that every creature on the planet can have a course of antibiotics and it's out of their system. But they're looking at this going, someone told me this was unsafe. And you can laugh at me for a second because I'm so used to these people saying everything in the food supply is unsafe. When I first hunted for a picture online to put onto the slide, I just saw this and said, oh, okay, people are saying meat is unsafe. I didn't even notice there was mold on the bread. So welcome to a life of looking at people saying everything in the food's gonna kill you. But like when people are looking at this, it's because someone has sold them a line of fear and they're so afraid and they just wanna make sure that they're not gonna poison their kids because so many people have scared them historically. And it saddens because we have, as I call it, the Google machine problem. And we have this thing where people go looking for good information and they get cut off at the pass from bad information. And I know you guys, most of you have your phones out because you're being wonderful and tweeting people how wonderful I am at this. I know this is happening. Anyways, so take out your phone and I'm gonna ask you to Google something with me. So Google right now either GMOs or antibiotics in animals, something that's really relevant to your industry, and see what comes up. See how many in the top 10 links are positive and how many are negative. And so do something that you're really concerned about within your industry. And I tend to go with GMOs because the number in the top 10 search results that are positive or negative, it can change week to week. But last year it was holding consistent at 8 out of 10 being negative. That's a scary statistic. I mean, that's scary. I mean, if you're just mom from Illinois that heard, from one of your friends at bar class that this is killing your kids and it's causing autism and cancer and gout and, just like that your pancreas to turn radioactive or whatever they're making up today, that's gonna scare you when you see the first 8 out of 10 search results are negative. Like, what are you gonna think? Are you gonna think that this is, it's a widespread conspiracy to hurt you, or are you going to think that, just those 2 search results that are positive are okay? And how hard should you have to look for good information? And how hard are you gonna look for good information? You're gonna say that many search results say it's bad? It's probably bad. And if you're not steeped in science, that's about as far as they're gonna look. You're gonna see all that bad information and stop right there. So people are looking desperately for your good information, and that's not what they're finding. It's a huge issue. So we have a problem with the Google machine problem. And of course, that's how they think GMOs work. It's just a syringe, red liquid, and bang, GMO happens. And they're sure that I'm personally doing it. Trust me, I've gotten the hate mail. But here's the thing, how do you prove safety? Like, how from language do we know something is safe? We can tell people it has none of the bad stuff in it all day long. Like, we at the top of, the food chain, people who know this, who are steeped in the language of science, we can know it all day long. We can run all the required tests. We can, have seen something that's bad in it, have taken it out. How do you communicate it to a customer, and what proof needs to be presented to show 100% that something is absolutely fine? There are so many questions that go into this. You can put it on a label. Putting it on a label, of course, brings up the question of, have you made another problem? And how can you eliminate all doubt? That's the big problem, is that how do you you can very easily destroy proof in about 30 seconds. And for that, I need a few volunteers. I need, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 volunteers. Come on. It's not going to hurt much. Come, 2. All right, come on. 3. All right, come on up. Let's see, come on up. We can do this. Like I said, it's not going to hurt too much. Like I said, it's only going to hurt a little. All right, so I'm going to give you guys each a thing that looks safe. These all look really, really safe, right? Hold them up for the audience. There you go. Now, these things all look like really safe everyday objects. I've handed out my room key. You can come hang out later. A tweezer, my cell phone. Please don't text my boyfriend and tell him what I'm up to. A pen and a chapstick. All right, coming over this. So you have my cell phone. That looks safe, right?
Yes.
You can break into all my information with that and make purchases on eBay.
Awesome.
How is that safe?
Not safe for you.
Not safe for me. Hand that back. Get off the stage. What the heck are you going to do with that thing? Thank you, Leah. Coming over. What have you got?
Tweezers.
Tweezers. Those are safe, right?
Sure.
They used to ban those on airplanes. How is that safe? It's not. Thank you so much. What have you got? Room key. You can, never mind break into my room. I've seen a fire department break into a house with that. That's literally how they break into your house if you've lost your keys.
This is what a hotel room is.
Any credit card. That's so not safe. Thank you so much. And you've got a pen?
A pen.
It's safe, right?
Me.
I've seen what happened on The Dark Knight with a pencil. What could you do with a pen? Thank you so much. And you have a chapstick? It's an innocent chapstick, right? It's just a chapstick. It has chemicals in it. Chemicals are scary. I mean, you know about dihydrogen monoxide, right?
What?
Thank you so much. Give a round of applause for the people I just tortured. So that's how easy it is for the people who do what they do to destroy things. Like, look how safe those are. A cell phone, tweezers. And they used to take those away from you on the airplane. Trust me, I know what happened to me. Like, those are really safe objects. Think about what happens when someone finds out that there's the yoga mat chemical in bread. These are horrifying things that happen when people who don't know about chemistry or science or the food industry gets a hold of something that they don't understand and take it out of context. This is what happens. This is an actual infographic from the Food Babe talking about V8. Now, here's how they work. They'll grab, I mean, she thinks that anything that says natural flavoring means that there can be anything in there. So she claimed that there were dead animal parts in the V8 because apparently it's just there's just a bunch of like eyeballs floating, and that's what natural flavoring means. But she put this out kind of as her usual modus operandi of whatchamacallit, I would say blackmailing the industry. That's her way of working. Now, afterwards, Campbell's and the V8 brand released a statement saying, no, that's not how it works. It's perfectly suitable for vegans and vegetarians. She never took the blog entry down or reversed what she said. It's because they're not beholden to anyone. They can say anything that they want to, and they can say it ahead of you. So you need to get your messaging out in front of them because, of course, everything on the internet is true. And it stays true forever. Now, I do this for two reasons. One is because I will take a cheap laugh when I can get it, as you've probably already figured out. But two, your customers, they are dealing with a lot of things on there. And I mean, it's not just you that's dealing with it. They're the ones that you have to help because, you know, they're obviously dealing with boomboxing Abe, but they're also dealing with a lot of things that, you know, they're not steeped in the scientific method. The last class in science that anyone's required to take in this country is, you know, depending on the state, but it's about sophomore year of high school. It's about age 15, 16. So by the time you're, you know, mom of a couple kids, you're trying to figure out the purchasing decisions and you're, you know, just you're running through the internet jungle, you're not sure what a reputable piece of information looks like. And it's drowned out by these bloggers. And of course, the other reason why we know that this isn't accurate is because obviously Marilyn Monroe said it. I'm just saying, always a woman losing credit to a man. But moving on, how do they get away with it? There are so few regulations on what these bloggers say. They get away with it partially because they're greenwashing everything. So they'll try to say, and I mean, most people here are familiar with the term greenwashing, that they'll try to say things are better because they're natural. And people just tend to go towards that, even though they don't think about, you know, nature as being polio and dysentery, which is kind of how I look at it. They look at it and go, oh, it's natural, it's better. And they forget that we're constantly saving them from nature all the time. And it's just so easy to sell that line to someone who's not sure what science is or isn't. They introduce doubt and that gets them away from facts. And misinformation, once it's out there, lingers. Even if they take down the blog entry, even once it's been explained away, it is hard to get it out of the blogosphere. So the messaging has to be gotten on top of before it's out there. And it's so hard to figure out methods to do it and to get on top of it because so much of it is just, it's floating at this point. But here's the thing, here's what your customers are dealing with. Mommy blockers who think they know more than doctors. Vaguely, as I like to call them, the vaguely sciencey Facebook memes. And one of the worst people who does this is David Avocado Wolf. Who here has seen his memes floating around on Facebook? You need to get more. He's one of the ones that hasn't been attacked yet by the pro-science bloggers, and it's because he's so nebulous in what he does. Half the time he's just doing inspirational memes, and half the time he's telling people that alternative cancer cures are the way of the future. So it's there. Yeah, he's on the next slide too. We have to have a talk about him. Clickbait headlines are everywhere. We might have the next cure for cancer, and it's something in your cabinet. These are horrifying, and of course, they're always a food-based thing, and they're always telling you to go natural. Let's see, the next thing, of course, is the soothing voice of Michael Pollan telling you that everything in agriculture is wrong. Who here has an opinion on Michael Pollan? Oh, I love you. And the problem with Michael Pollan, and he's one of those who doesn't have, like, if you just see 5 minutes of him, doesn't sound too crazy. If you follow his dietary advice, and this is why I have a big problem with people like him and Oz, like they're the worst ones, because if you follow his dietary advice, you're not going to eat unhealthfully. If you listen to 5 minutes of him, he doesn't sound crazy. He doesn't have any one thing that's 100% horrible, but you take the sum of his whole, there's so much in there that's wrong and unstudied in how the system actually works, and is telling people dangerous misinformation, and is anti-GMO and anti-farmer, that people need to see it laid out very, very carefully to see why he's a dangerous ideologue. And this is a charge that industry has to take on, because there was a wonderful interview with him in which he said, well, when I started writing, nobody in the New York food scene questioned anything I said. It was great. Oh, industry has to take this one on, because he's perpetuating a really big problem against the industry. But what else is perpetuating a big problem against the industry? Stuff like this. David Avocado Wolf at this point has 4 million followers on Facebook, I believe, and says things like mushrooms came into the planet on the cosmic wind. Gravity is a toxin, but when you turn yourself upside down, it becomes medicine. And chocolate is an octave of sun energy. And he is telling people that everything in your food system is killing them. So this is, I mean, I know we don't take people like this seriously at first because they say such crazy things, but I see the look on your face, man. You're like, what? How? This is the thing that people, yes, it's a thing that people listen to. And it's even despite all the crazy things, he says just enough that people listen. He made a career, this is the best part, made a career telling people to eat superfoods. And then he started pitching the NutriBullet blender saying, once you blend it, everything becomes a superfood. Superfoods aren't a thing. Just wanted to get that out there. But everyone's listening to mommy bloggers and people who pitch superfoods because they're looking for something healthy. They're looking to figure out what's real, what's not, and what's going to keep them healthy and alive and keep their children, their precious children, alive the longest. Unfortunately, that's not how any of this works. And I don't know about you, I've been that person screaming this at my computer at 2 o'clock in the morning after having one too many arguments with someone telling me that I'm personally a shill for Monsanto. Anyone else that's happened? Yeah, but it gets to a point where you're frustrated and you don't know what to do, and it's either because you're just trying to defend what's true, you're trying to defend your own experience, or you're saying the regulations are right here, you can read them, there's the FDA website, I have to follow these or I'm out of the job, and there's not listening. So you have to change tactics is what it comes down to, because after you've yelled that the same things are there over and over again and people just aren't listening, what has to change in order to get people to listen? It's a couple of things. You have to remember, you're not going to remove all doubt. It's, as I like to call it, you have to go and vote because it's a new era right now. Consumers are asking more complex questions. So you have to remember, it's not, as I like to say it, you're not dumbing it down, you're speaking in a language that people understand. So when I talk about science to people, I don't use language of a college textbook. I like to say, speak in English, not in science. So make sure that they're speaking in language that people get. One time I was speaking at Boston College and a grad student came to me and said, I want to start a blog about my research. I'm like, okay, what's your research in? And he rattled off, and even though I'm an educated person, I have a master's in forensics, he prattled off something about his PhD level research in cellular communication that I went, what? And he's like, and eventually he brought it down to, okay, cells have different moods depending on the day and they communicate with each other. I'm like, that's what you have to do. So you have to make sure when you're talking about your science, it's in a language that somebody, remember, last age somebody takes a science class is 15, 16. Make sure that the science you talk about is in a language that a 15, 16-year-old will understand, and they're going to follow you on that. The information sources that people get are not always reputable, but unfortunately, they're controlling the social media landscape. You need to drown them out by having more information sources out there. How many of you have a Facebook page, a blog, and a Twitter? That's not enough hands. Thank you for all of you who raised your hands. Not enough. How many have a Twitter? Good. How many have a Facebook page? How many have a blog? Get all 3 of them working. But it's good that I'm loving how many hands I'm seeing. We need more of them. You need to start getting them out there. So here's the other thing, is that labels and regulations are not always clear to consumer. Make sure that you're starting talking about those on all of your social media sources so that when somebody has a question, and there are a lot of questions out there, you're the one ready to answer it because you need to be their source for information. Because here's the thing, there's a difference in perception versus reality. Going back to the question, our little demonstration earlier, how many pencils have actually hurt you? How many, times have you had somebody break into your house with a credit card? We're not banning these things, but customers hear that there's a chemical they can't pronounce and they want it banned or labeled. People have a difference between the perception once they hear that there's something scary and reality of how many times these things have actually hurt them. People just remember the bad, though. You have to remember, how few times, or how the fact that these foods haven't actually hurt them. Remind them of the fact that your food has been a source of nourishment over the course of these years, and the food system has done nothing but get safer, because we're living in a time in an era of food safety and abundance, and that's been through technological advancements, and that's been through the work of all of you, of the people in this room. And people don't remember that. They just remember there's a chemical that I don't understand. Help them understand it and be in the conversation and change the conversation. Don't let the people without the knowledge control the conversation. The reason that I have a picture of water in this is because you've all heard of very dangerous dihydrogen monoxide, right? Dangerous dihydrogen monoxide. Every person who's ever died has consumed dihydrogen monoxide in large amounts, probably every day. So, but I mean, can you remove all doubt about dihydrogen monoxide, i.e. water? No. So, I mean, you have to remember you have the facts. Your customers deserve to hear it from you. And it's going to start changing things, and it's going to start bringing people over to your side of the conversation. And how do we do this? We do this with making sure that you're not going to bend too much. Now, I understand there has to be that line between making sure people are still going to buy your product and not acquiescing to everything. I mean, at what point, when people raise a question about something so insidious that it's not, that it's not even a question, because I mean, people are asking questions about antibiotics and hormones and preservatives and coloring. At what point do you have to put a sign that says no asbestos in the meat, or no shrapnel, or guaranteed not to have gravel in it? Because this, when do the questions become so much that the entire front of the thing is just a label of things it doesn't contain? So, I understand that there's a need to tell consumers, what is and isn't in there. But at some point, a campaign of telling people how the food system works is going to be so much more helpful than continuing to give in to people that are afraid. And it's going to be a lot more helpful in the long term than just more labels that don't tell people about the nutritional facts about food, at least from my standpoint. But remember, the messaging has to be, as I like to call it, for the Facebook generation, because unfortunately, Michael Pollan's messaging of little quips has been very, very effective. The irony here, of course, is that he's a meat eater and says things like this, but if it came from a plant, eat it. If it didn't or if it was made in a plant, don't. Or I mean, he also likes to say, if it came from a plant, eat it. If it didn't come from a plant, don't. I like to remind people that you can go after this with some humor too, because if you're not making people laugh, you're not competing effectively for their time, because this is the internet and you're competing with funny pictures of cats and internet porn. I mean, that's some pretty, pardon the pun, that's some pretty stiff competition. But I hadn't gotten a laugh for at least 12 seconds. I was getting nervous. But here's the thing, you're welcome. But here's the thing, you're competing with stuff like that. If you want something that came from a plant, I'm just saying, a pig is pretty much a system for turning vegetables into bacon. It comes from a plant, right? You're allowed to fight back with these things by trying to make your customers laugh. And it's a much more effective tool than anything else I found. And it's mainly because I try to get people roped into a bit of science by getting them to giggle. There's no better tool for it, because like I said, what else are you competing with on the internet? You're competing with things that entertain people. So if your messaging is going out via the internet, as opposed to advertising campaigns elsewhere, you're trying to entertain. And while you're entertaining, you're going to get your messaging across. So give them some giggles, and they're going to stick with you. Use their tactics for your messaging. So one of the things that came out in my I took a little swing at Bonnie Hari last year. She wasn't very happy about it. She had this, this phrase she kept saying, if a third grader can't pronounce it, don't eat it. I'm like, well, I can use that same type of messaging and just flip it on its ear. And I told people, if you can't pronounce it, maybe you should get a dictionary. So here's the thing, snark, we might shy away from it sometimes, but people like snark. people like humor. People like respond to this type of messaging a lot because you're trying to get a younger audience and you're trying to get people who are still scared of it. And these are the people that are changing their nutritional decisions based on, this type of, the food babe type of messaging. The soccer moms that are scared of everything, that are cutting out the GMOs, that are forcing you to change how you farm and how you label. These are the people that you can use that type of messaging tactic for, and it's going to work. Or at least it's worked so far. It's worth considering from what I've seen. One of the other things is people want to go back to nature. I love this picture. This was sent to me back when I gave a talk at the Southwest Meat Association. It's someone, this is a representation of, of butchering back in the day at an open air market, smoking a cigarette while chopping meat. Hey, it's natural. It's not factory farmed. But people keep saying that things are, we want to go back to how things used to be. Are you sure about that? We're living at a time when things are safer than ever. Things are better studied than ever. And customers need to be reminded about how safe things are as opposed to what things used to be. We have more regulation than ever at this point in time. I used to be a pesticide researcher. And of course, that was how I got into this, was I would see people say online, there's no testing in pesticides. I'm like, yeah, I basically just lick the vial, say it's probably not going to kill your kids, and then just go back to watching porn for 8 hours a day. It was only two, I promise. But that was how I got into blogging, was I would try to, make people laugh about the reality that I'm doing the exact thing that you say doesn't happen in industry. Like, what do you think happens at my job? So it was funny for me to see all these crazy claims online about the industry that I just knew were patently untrue. And you all have the power to go out and do that because you know your industry better than anyone, and you should be controlling this conversation, and especially about animal care and testing, because this is animal ag. And the number of times you'll see a video from PETA that goes viral because they, managed to sneak into a farm and get one video where things look horrible, as opposed to the thousands and thousands of hours where things are going just fine, is horrifying. And you should be the ones getting out there and getting the messaging that, this is not optimal and this is not how things are done or should be done. Customers deserve intellectual honesty, and this is a wonderful meme from one of the Facebook pages I follow, Schweigert, talking about the fact that there's no hormones in the beef. So here's a way you can get out and reach people with a little bit of humor and a little bit of making them think about what they're buying into. Think about how helpful or honest these labels are. And it might be an honest label to say something is antibiotic free, fresh, GMO free, etc. But how helpful is it to a consumer that's not sure about what's happening in the food already? How helpful is it when they see that and they look at a label next to it that doesn't say that, and they're like, oh, should I pay $2 more per pound for this? They don't know. So is it helping? It might help you because you feel like you've reassured the customer, but how much does it reassure them about the entire food supply? These are things that the industry is going to have to take into consideration long term if they want to keep labeling or if they want to go on the offensive against these types of food bloggers. But let's talk about the antibiotics for a bit. People are really unsure. They think that just antibiotics are still being dumped into the food nonstop. And I know AGPs were used much more judiciously than people understood. But at this point, from what I understand, AGPs are being phased out both voluntarily and at the federal level. And I think that no matter what people think, that if they see antibiotic free on a label, it just means this is the meat that hasn't used growth promoters, and the other meat has used it. And that's a huge misconception. So there's also some confusion about what antibiotic-free means in terms of which hen houses or which animals have received antibiotics and how antibiotics are administered. So this is something that the industry really needs to start explaining, and it's for for the good of consumers as a whole. So, I mean, people deserve this information about how the animals are being treated and the fact that they're being treated humanely. If you ever follow me on social media, you know I'm an animal lover who posts pictures of my silly little 11-pound dog constantly. So, I mean, I'm someone who likes to know that the animals are being treated well before they hit market. Tell people that they're being treated well, you know, for everyone's sake, and they'll really appreciate it. But this conversation, once again, still being controlled by bloggers. The consumers deserve better, and they deserve it from you. This was, again, a meme from the Food Babe telling people to demand Subway drop the antibiotics. And we think she had a little bit of inside information because Subway was already working on phasing it out. So it's that thing where she keeps on telling people she's having these hollow victories over industry. And it's concerning because who knows if she still has any bit of sway over people in industry, and we really can't afford to have her come back, because quite simply, I don't know if I can make another article go viral like that. It was good once. I don't know if I can do that to her again. But she's a force to be reckoned with. Even after she had a little bit of a devastating year last year, she still has over 1 million followers. If she sends out a petition, they'll still sign it and follow her anywhere. So making sure your messaging gets out in front of people like her is hugely important. I implore you to please don't lose track of her, is the big thing, because otherwise memes like this are going to control the conversation. And people think this is just how it works. You're pumping antibiotics to them without any concern for animal welfare. And that's what their chicken looks like before it gets to the table. Or else you can go on the offensive like this. And I love this. If there's anyone here from the Iowa Turkey Federation, thank you. Thank you so much. But there are ways to address this, both in a very quick little way of saying, come check out our website, we can tell you more about this, or a very quick infographic breaking down all the terms. You can very easily address this with consumers in, like I said, go after them with memes. It's messaging for the Facebook generation, and they'll love you for it. They'll love you for it because you're breaking it down in ways that are just quick sound bites, and they're going to come to you, and they're going to see that you're trying to reach them where they are. And it's perfect and beautiful, and they'll come back to you every time for more good information. The other thing is we want people to ask. I tell people all the time, ask a farmer, not a blogger, including me, because I know I'm just, I'm a scientist, but I'm not a farmer. I'm not the person in industry making it. I'm a good source for finding the farmer. I'm not the farmer themselves, but customers are demanding, farm to fork. Show them everything. Oh, be willing to, it's like, I know that these factories aren't always the prettiest places in the world, but show them. They deserve to know. Because otherwise, if they don't see it, they're still going to be suspicious. And explain the manufacturing process. Explain why everything's used. Give them the science and give it to them in a way that they can understand. Don't talk down to the customer, and let them know that everything is safe and why it's safer now than ever before. And communicate. This is the biggest thing. Let them know that there's a human being behind there, because I think part of the reason I've been very effective at what I do is that they know I'm a human being with a puppy who still pees on my floor. So they see that there's not just, an automaton back there that gets put back on the shelf at the end of the day. They like connecting with a person. So you're not just, a corporate drone, you're a people, and they love it. So the more they see you and the humanity back there, the more they're going to believe that you're working for them to make sure that they have a safe food system. And the best thing I can tell you is to make them laugh. Remember what you want people to remember when you're writing for them. Of course, I had to get a Star Wars reference in there. I can't not. It's it's the day of May the 5th be with you. So yesterday was Star Wars Day. It's May the 4th be with you. Oh, so. Anyways, like I said, communicate. The biggest thing is when you're communicating on social media, communicate for your friends, not your boss. Because one of the big things I do is when I'm writing, I write as though I'm talking to one of my, everyone has them, I write them as though I'm writing for my idiot friends at the bar, and saying, no, guys, this is how this works. GMOs, they're totally fine. Like, you just got the wrong information. It's like, I write as though I'm 2 drinks in, and I'm trying to break down GMOs for my drunk idiot friends, because admit it, you guys have some idiot friends. Like we all do. Like we've kept them around since college. They're the ones that we don't know how they got their degree. And they're going, I read it on Natural News. It's totally a thing. You're like, no. Like that's how I write half the time. I'm not drinking when I do it. I'm just funny, so I can get myself there. Don't ask why I'm funny. It was a long childhood. Moving on. So I hadn't gotten a laugh in 2 minutes. I needed to do something. Anyways, so that's how I communicate, though. And I mean, it's not how you're going to write out a corporate memo, but it is how you get people to listen on social media. You write like you're going to write for your goofball friends, and that's how people connect with you, because that's what people want. They want to talk to a friend, and that's how people trust information, and it's more effective than anything else I've done. So that's what I do, and that's how I get people coming back for more, because they want to talk to a friend about this. What can you do today? So a couple of action items. I saw a lot of hands on Twitter, a lot of hands on Facebook. Join the conversation. Next year, make sure you all have every single one. Heck, even get on Instagram and put pictures of you at the farm, and people are going to love it. And this is a big one, adapt your company's social media policies, because a lot of companies kind of hamstring their employees so that they can't, join the conversation. Your employees are a huge asset. Like when I started my blog, I made sure I was working at Amvac, the pesticide company, and I asked, is it okay if I do this? They're like, please don't let yourself back to Amvac, but go ahead, because I was swearing a lot, admittedly. But they said, as long as you don't say anything against the pesticide industry, go ahead and blog about what you do here. But like if companies loosen up their social media policies so that their employees can write about it, your employees are going to do wonderful things to you. And again, don't be afraid to be funny. Occasionally your jokes are going to fail. Happens to me all the time. But more often than not, if you take a swing, you're going to hit something, and people are going to like it, and people are going to come back for more. Go for it, and people are going to connect with you, and it's going to do wonderful things for your industry, and more importantly, for your customers. So thank you for listening to my talk. I'm Asai Babe.
So let's do some Q&A, because I'm sure that there are questions from the audience. In fact, yep, there's a fast hand on the right, so let's get right to them.
Thank you very much for your presentation. How effective would this action item be? To have Post-it notes already made up in your purse or in your pocket, ready to go into the grocery stores, that says there are no hormones or antibiotic free. Please check out the. Somebody goes, no, don't do that. I've got a friend of mine that goes into the grocery store and she puts these Post-it notes all over and said,
that's hilarious.
These are antibiotic free and hormone free. So I want to hear some.
Well, the person who said no is a good friend of mine and a registered dietitian who I trust a lot, so I want to hear her.
Yeah, I want to hear the comments about that. Thank you.
Retailer, we wouldn't like that. We would probably.
Kick you out.
I work for a supermarket. We wouldn't appreciate that. I know what your goal is, but that's not going to, you're just going to have some employee take it down and throw it away. That's not going to accomplish the goal. Maybe one person would see it. I wouldn't recommend that.
Okay, I'll pass that on, but
Good
it's
idea.
kind of fun.
It's like it was funny, but stick to social media for doing stuff like that. Like it's one of the things that I'll do sometimes, because I occasionally have extra time on my hands, is I'll go to the Facebook page of someone who's spreading some of the BS about it, and I'll just comment on every single thing I can. Of course, with my SciBabe account, and my 160,000 followers will follow me to it and invade their page. I'm a horrible person. But I mean, here's the thing, because I have like people that follow everything I do online, if I post from the public verified account, people follow, and the page will get attacked. Oops. So, but that's something you can do. I mean, if you set up a public page like that, your followers will take note of anything you do. So get a public Facebook page and get commenting. And it's strange to see these battles, play out in social media. It's kind of wonderful too. So.
Hi, Joe Forstoffer with Purdue Farms. I
Hello.
would actually like to make a comment. When you look at a lot of the things that are on packages, like chicken saying no added hormones and steroids, yes, we all know there are none. The majority of consumers believe there are.
Yeah.
And the things that are on most packages are very, very tested against consumer focus groups. You have a very limited amount of space on a package to put information. So you're going to find out what information your consumers will see as a reason to buy your product. So it's not an intent to misinform. In fact, it's the complete opposite. It's an intent to give the information that your consumers demand. In all of our focus groups, and I think the other chicken companies have probably found the exact same thing, if you do not put no hormones or no steroids on the package, the majority of consumers will not buy your chicken. So a lot of that information is not out there because we're trying to spread more misinformation. It's out there because the misinformation is already out there. And as a branded company, we are going to counter for our consumers. It's not our responsibility to, make it, promote the entire food system. That's what we belong to the National Chicken Council and other organizations for. So I just wanted to bring that point up. And I would also say that it is not so much consumer fear that we're responding to, but our own, all of us, not getting into the conversation earlier. Things like GMOs, antibiotic use, a lot of the other stuff that's going on that consumers are so concerned about. We never told them what we were doing to produce food. Now they're finding out and they're saying, wait a minute, you never told me, you never informed me, you never checked with me. It was our lack of transparency earlier on. So a lot of what we're doing is we've reached a point where there are a number of consumers who are already telling us what they will and will not accept. So we have to listen to that. We can't pull the clock back and say, oh, well, you should have known this 20 years ago. We should have explained this to you 20 years ago. So we do have to accept that for a number of consumers, we've reached a point of no return.
Okay.
And we have to accept that.
Good stopping point there. Outstanding. Great. More questions for the speaker? Was there I'm sorry, was there a question? No. Okay.
That seemed more like repeating a lot of what I said in my talk, but thank you.
So I'm Jessica with the National Renderers Association. If you've ever been in my talks, you know it veers towards stand-up comedy. So I very much agree with her. I would say if you don't think that these mobs have came for you yet, they will. If you've read up on the conspiracy sea cruise,
Oh, God.
I can't believe they actually named it that, but it was a real thing. They said they're coming after pet food next.
What?
So we need to get out in front of this stuff. They're all coming.
It's just to inform you guys about the conspiracy cruise. Every single nut job on the planet, from Sherry Tenpenny, the nutty anti-vax doctor, Merkela, Joseph Smith from the Responsible Technology Institute. It's not an institute, it's just the one guy. We're using words like institute very loosely now, and responsible and technology. They're all kind of like every single nutter who doesn't like us was on the cruise together. I've never rooted for the norovirus, but I was rooting. And I've gotten norovirus before, and it was the most miserable 2 days of my life. That says a lot if I'm rooting for the norovirus. It won't kill them, okay?
Better than the iceberg, right?
Oh my kids. Yeah, it was nicer for me than the iceberg. But here's the thing. If they already say they have plans of coming after you, start advocating now. Because I understand what he was saying about Purdue. And as I said, I get why you have those labels. Start advocating for the fact that your industry is safe as it is. I mean, there are always things you can do to improve. But start saying now in your ads, we have a safer system than ever before. It's like I understand why you have to have all these labels. They work with focus groups. You need people to understand what's in the food. But you also need to start labeling. If you have things in the pet food industry, start getting out and talking about it now. get those ads out, start talking about it on social media, because if they're coming for you, it's going to go all through the mommy blogosphere that you're poisoning their pets. And the reason that your pet acts funny now as opposed to not 20 years ago is because there's something, it's the GMOs, or it's the high fructose corn syrup, or it's the grains or something. This is going to happen. So just TikTok. That's how it's going to come down.
We do one last question, I'd say.
Hi, Tina Gaines from Elanco. And so, obviously one of the challenges that we have in this sphere is, credibility as a manufacturer of some of the products that are used in farm animals. But also, I guess the question I have is there an opportunity, or what can we do to help create an opportunity for some of our government partners that authorize these products and approve these products and verify their safety? We have to jump through all these hoops to get them to market to begin with. We spend time, energy, money researching to bring new technologies into the space, but we're not going to be taken as a credible resource in that. So what can we do to encourage our government partners to be more active as well to help us defend this?
That is a very good question. It's like, because you don't see them involved in the conversation at all. And that's something that's something I hadn't even considered yet, the fact that the .gov folks are not involved in the conversation, saying, look, we have these regulations in place to keep you safe. They need to get involved in the social media game too, and I wonder why they're not. So they need to be urged to get involved in the social media conversation too, saying we're keeping you safe. And this is something that I've noticed all along, is that no matter how many regulations are in place, there are people saying we need more regulation. There almost seems like there's no end point at which the people who don't like what we're doing will say there's enough regulation. So they do need to come out and say, here's why we have these regulations, and here's how they keep you safe. They just, I feel like I'm sounding like a broken record saying they need to get involved in social media, but that is a huge part of it. And they need to come out and advocate for the system that they're helping run. And that is a huge factor in it. But I mean, when they're working on these regulations, do they consult with people that are in the system and people that are critics of the system? Or it's like, I haven't looked into enough of how these laws are formed, but as long as I would hope that they're that they're meeting with both the critics, the people in it, before they make these laws. If anyone's familiar with what happened in Ontario with the grain farmers just last year, they shut off their ability to use neonics with no warning before the grain season, and said in order to use neonicotinoids, they needed to do soil testing, prove an infestation, and by the time they had an infestation, they had to use stronger pesticides that were guaranteed to kill the bees. So it worries me that at least in Ontario, they have a system that isn't working with the farmers. So I hope at least down here, the people that are regulating are working not just, with the farmers and with the people in ag, but, it's like we're hearing people that have complaints about it. I'm hoping they're working with everyone and then are communicating that to people, and that's going to help at least consumers. I hope that's going to help consumers be a little bit more confident in the system that we have. So I see one more hand. Do we have time? I'll come talk to you afterwards. So, okay.
A round of applause for a truly entertaining.
Thank you so much.
Every bit as entertaining and provocative as I expected. And I know, again, from following our social media stream, that action please ideas and steps that folks are now contemplating because of your presentation, Yvette. So thank you. And again, if you're not already following our speakers on Twitter, you'll notice that their Twitter handles are listed on their introduction slide. So pretty great opportunity for you to engage further with the folks who are presenting at the conference today. So our next presenter is going to talk about a topic that is near and dear to my heart as a longtime member of the press. And I know a lot of us in agriculture have asked this question in one form or another over the years. It's how do we get our story heard? How do we take the good news, so to speak, that we all know that we have to share within our business and our industry and get it in front of the opinion leaders and influencers in the press? Jay Byrne is president and founder of Vfluence Interactive. Vfluence is a strategic communication and research agency providing public affairs, reputation, and issues management support to some of the largest multinational corporations, around the globe, leading academic institutions, respected non-governmental organizations, and governmental agencies. Byrne has more than 25 years of experience in public affairs and issues management. Directs an award-winning team that's been recognized internationally for its innovative, comprehensive, and fully integrated new media communication and stakeholder engagement campaigns. Please welcome Jay Byrne.
All right, and it's always hard to follow a vet. So I'm going to say up front a couple things. Number one, if you're fleeing the room because you think this is a media training session, it's not, don't worry. And two, unlike a vet, my presentations aren't going to make you laugh every few minutes. In fact, I'm usually scheduled near the end of the day because when I'm done telling people what we see and what's going on, they usually want to go to the bar. I don't get a cut, although I've been thinking that would be probably a good thing for me to start doing. As mentioned, my agency, we have over 25 full-time topic and region dedicated analysts. We track all issues in food, agriculture, consumer intersections. We follow all of the advocacy groups and stakeholders. We do in-depth research on them. And we try to make connections between how does all this information out there and how the media engages and reports on it actually influence public attitudes and consumer behaviors. And does this work? Here's another one, number one, okay. And so what I'm going to share with you first is what is the environment that we're dealing with today. In fact, we are currently challenged in food and ag with the most intense period of advocacy that we've seen in over 20 years. This was started with a campaign that was actually launched around 2008, 2009. We started seeing it coming then. It formally came out in 2012 with the 50th anniversary of Rachel Carlson's Silent Spring. And we're right in the middle right now of a multi-year effort focusing in on food production related issues, food safety. It involves GMOs, antibiotics, pesticides, but they're integrated with much broader themes. And what we're seeing that's somewhat unique is the new advocacy models of partnering with both commercial and political influencers. A little bit here of what that looks like in terms of media coverage and content out there. Between 2012 when this started and today, we've seen a 1,000% increase in what we would say volume of, and this is just global crop protection and biotech news trends. The blue line on the bottom is pesticide-related issues, the green line is crop protection, and the red line is where they're conflating them together. For a long time, people were defending GMOs separately from pesticides. You can't do that anymore. So, by the way, if you're in the GMO business, you're in the pesticide business. And the activists and the media have conflated these two issues very effectively. When we look at other issues such as animal health and productivity, similarly, the campaign here really kicked into gear around the end of 2013 into 2014. And since 2014, it's been pretty steady. That's not a dip in there, that's just a date change. In terms of we track animal health and productivity issues, this is not animal welfare, this is just the health and productivity input issues. And you can see that it's 75% driven by the antibiotic issue. In 2012, it was less than 20% driven by antibiotics. So antibiotics have driven the news and information about this out there. Finally, a new and emerging element, and this is going to be the intersection point. If you're not already on top of this, you may be a little late to the game. But water. Just in the past year since we started tracking these issues, we've seen a 110% increase in conversations, reporting about water issues. Algae blooms, dead zones, the WOTUS litigation and things like that obviously took off earlier this year. Pesticides. Just as a test case, if you're not watching the Des Moines Water Works lawsuit, start paying attention. This is an issue where they're very smartly going at, they being advocacy groups and interests who are opposed to conventional production agriculture, are actually going after the physical act of farming. They're not specifically targeting GMOs. They're not specifically targeting animal agriculture and CAFOs, although we're seeing that all being conflated in this. They're going after just the act of high production agriculture, claiming that that in and of itself is creating water quality problems with severe health risks for humans. And water is going to be where we're going to see all of our issues, be it antibiotic, be it fertilizer, be it GMOs or pesticides coming together in the coming years. And what are the sources of this? Because you have to realize if you're dealing with the media, you're dealing with people who are out there competing for space and for telling stories. I always, when we used to do media trainings, I'd ask people, you know, why do you watch the evening news? And people would raise their hands and say, well, to be informed, and I'd shake my head. And someone else would, you know, to stay up on top of X, Y, or Z, or to follow this, and I'd shake my head until someone would ask the question, well, why do you watch the evening news? And I'd say, because I want to see who won. Very few stories appear without somebody behind them trying to promote them. And the people promoting the stories around food and ag production issues today fall into three categories: power, profits, or politics. Power. NGOs, they're seeking influence. Most of them actually don't care about environmental issues, food safety, whatever. They're very hardcore political interests behind the scenes. People here are probably familiar with Andy Kimbrell, I'm guessing, the head of the Center for Food Safety. He's probably one of the most influential people in the anti-GMO movement out there today, but he represents an industry. The protest industry is a big industry, and anti-ag NGOs annual budgets globally this year, or actually last year, is when we're evaluating it, will exceed $10 billion. That's a B. Okay, this is money being spent to influence public attitudes about what you do and sell. Okay, this is not, you know, and they don't have an R&D department. They don't actually have a production department where they have to make stuff. They're not regulated, so they're not spending money on, you know, producing reports and defending what they do. This is all advocacy, propaganda, and marketing. And it's targeting you here in this room. Second, profits. I shouldn't say I love, I hate seeing this sort of stuff out in the stores, but the organic and natural products industry, and this is the marketing side, folks. I'm not talking about producers, I'm not talking about consumers, but the people who market these products out there, and they are the leading source of money to the activists like Andy Kimbrell, by the way. They too are spending billions of dollars on absence claim marketing, on disparagement, on creating fears about pesticide use, GMOs, animal health and productivity tools. It's $100 billion, certified organic alone is a $100 billion industry in 2015. When you combine this with all the natural product, alternative health, and promotion folks who also carry these messages, it's categorized as a group called LOHAS, Life of Health and Alternative Sustainability. Combined in the US alone, it's a $300 billion industry. People think of the, you know, the Joe Mercolas of the world, Yvette mentioned him, or Natural News folks who are selling supplements. They think of them as fringe players. They're bigger than we are. So, you know, everybody says, you know, it's David versus Goliath, and the Davids are all these small organic and natural producers. The organic industry is 3 times bigger than the biotech seed industry globally, 3 times bigger. Okay, it's not David versus Goliath. You might argue it's Goliath versus Goliath here. And politics. We are seeing political influences around the world, be it China, Russia, on a geopolitical level, and at a local level, we're seeing political parties. Even here in the US, we see this played out with some of the different segments of Green Party or Natural Law Party folks who use food as a weapon. They use food as a weapon to create instability around the world in various places. They don't care that it's not a food issue for them, it's a political issue. These are the 3 big influences that we see driving those news trends. And what are they doing? You know, so why do we decide to do this and engage in the context of this? It's somewhat scary. So I'm going to talk a little bit about how do you rationalize and determine the return on investment? How do you define what is media today? It's unclear. You know, bloggers, Dr. Oz, the New York Times. When do you decide to engage and how? What do you need to do to engage more effectively? Well, first is to understand how storytelling takes place today in the media. People are motivated highly by risks, and we see these messages around risk issues in 3 core areas: health and safety, environmental risks, and socioeconomic impact, choice and control issues. Things like GMOs cause cancer, antibiotic superbugs, superweeds, the right to know, and these are wrapped into stories that have common allegories of villains, victims, and heroes, all with a sense of urgency. We need to act and do something right away. Urgency, we see A World Without Bees, came out just a couple years ago in Time cover, a 400% increase in allergies, chemicals sprayed on GMO crops in our drinking water. These chemicals are causing autism, and superbugs are gonna kill 10 million people by 2050. When you hear information like this, it starts to trigger in you a need to do something about it. You know, so when you're, driving along, the average person, by the way, is hit with 1,200 to 1,400 pieces of information a day. Which ones do we remember? Do we remember the positive story that we might have heard in that trade, publication or ag radio show about how antibiotics are effective and they're not bad? Or do we remember the story about how there's going to be 50 million people who will die because of antibiotic use in animal agriculture, and my kid might be one of them? I'm pretty sure which story I'm going to remember. I mean, so when I look back at like all those stories about animal health and productivity, if I broke them down into favorable versus negative, we actually have a fair number of favorable stories out there, but they're all in spaces and channels where we're talking to ourselves. We're not in the channels and spaces where a vet is talking or where people are listening, and they're all about positive things. People don't remember that. They remember the villains, the victims, the heroes, the risk and fear, and that's what actually triggers people to think about, should I do something about this? So when you're engaging in a story in the media, I want to know, do you know, are you the victim, are you the villain or the hero? And I'll tell you, if you don't know, you're the villain. We are, our industry, the people working it, we're almost always cast as the villain in these scenarios. And so we need to flip that around. We need to recast the stories that we tell in alternative ways. And we also need to think about, well, how does this work in process? People come to form committed beliefs. I am going to start buying antibiotic-free chicken. Why did they get there at Purdue? Why did this become something that we had to deal with? Well, there's a model. It's based on a fellow named Daniel Yankelovich, who did a lot of socioeconomic research in the 60s and 70s, talked about here's all the steps that people take to form a committed belief. When I worked in politics, this is how we used to think about how do we get people to vote for us. And it's relatively simple. It starts with awareness. We become aware of something. We can become aware in social media. We can hear it on the radio. But what we learned about awareness is risk-based awareness, not opportunity or benefits-based awareness, is what triggers people to start the process of opinion formation. You hear something, you can be successful, do X, Y, or Z. If you act today, it sort of goes over us. Your kids will get cancer if you let them continue to drink apple juice. You go, okay, I might have to do something about that. So awareness, and if it's risk-based awareness, it starts to trigger what we call the opinion formation process. And the good news is today, the first place people go, they Google it. So it's called first inquiry. And we go to that first evaluation phase and they Google it. And unfortunately, we know today, Google GMOs, Google antibiotics, as a vet, how do you do? And you're gonna come up with a lot of reinforcing stuff to that risk-based awareness that you heard that reinforces your need to go and say, oh, I might have to do something about this. I might have to adopt a new behavior. I might have to start buying organic or changing the things that I bring into my household to protect my family. The next phase they go into is called choice work. And this is where we weigh pros and cons. This is where we'll go in and say, okay, I have to make a change. What are the benefits? What are the costs of doing this? Except for the research shows people don't weigh the pros. They only look for the cons. I use an example. I travel a lot. I don't eat terribly well, and my cholesterol goes up. So my doctor comes to me and says, Jay, I'm going to have to put you on a statin, and you're probably going to have to take it for the rest of your life, but it's so you won't die from a heart attack. But you're going to have to take a drug. You have to change your behavior for the rest of your life. So what do? Well, I go and first thing is I Google statin. It says a drug to treat cholesterol. And then what's the next thing I do? When I'm doing my choice work, do I Google benefits of statins, efficacy of statins? What do I look for? Side effects. This is the process we all engage in, and we do it on, and whether we do it that specifically, say in the case I just mentioned, or if we're processing it either online or looking to pick up bits of information from people out there, we actually go out and we're listening and looking for the risks, and they need to be mitigated. And then finally, we go and we want to act. All right, I now know that I'm going to act on this, and let's say I'm following an activist message on antibiotics. Well, what could I do? Well, online, you go and you'll find so many opportunities that the activists and others and the marketers present to say, hey, you can check the box off. Sign up now and send your letter in to get, the FDA to ban antibiotic use in animal agriculture. Check the box today and commit that you'll buy only antibiotic-free organic meat, whatever it may be. What do we do on the industry side? We offer more education. There's very few engagement opportunities for us to give people. And so we need to start thinking about how can we offer those engagement opportunities to get people to buy in. But the other thing to think about, and this comes into play for our media engagement, for our other outreach, is if you'll notice between each one of these segments, there's a little resistance bar. And this is actually a little bit of good news. People don't want to change behaviors. They don't want to have to go, all right, I've got to pay more and start buying that hormone-free, antibiotic-free chicken. They want to know that it's okay to keep doing what they've been doing. And so if at each one of those intersection points, at that first inquiry, social media where there's all the buzz, they go out and someone says, oh, GMOs are bad, but then they see a vet and they go, oh, wait a second, GMOs aren't bad, they're good. People go, oh, wait a second, this is not so urgent. It's a he said, she said kind of situation. I may not even bother going into first inquiry to check this out. But if they get to first inquiry, and they're Googling these issues, if they see two sides, that sometimes is enough to also say, oh, wait a second, there's no antibiotics actually in any meat. These stories are being promoted by people who don't have credibility. Maybe I won't go any further, and they'll stop. Now, that doesn't mean they're going to support you, but they won't form that negative belief about you. And sometimes that's all we need. So at each one of those steps, we need to be aware of and be ready to present resistance and an alternative side and story. So why engage? We all already know news, media, and websites are the two top influencing sources for consumers when they form their belief about food. There's significant intersection opportunities to influence people, as we mentioned, at these intersection points there. But also, we do a lot of media training, and particularly like in the area of GMOs, and we tried this for years to train people, how can you be a better biotech blogger? It never worked. We started training people on how to be a better blogger to enhance and protect their own reputation. So talking to your people and communicating with them about taking ownership of their personal reputations online to promote their issues, to promote their science, to promote their industry, will in turn make them better bloggers for that topic area. So making sure people realize that your reputations as individuals is going to be highly defined online, particularly if you work in this industry and you're going to be the subject of a lot of attacks. I don't know if people here follow Twitter and all, but Yvette and I just, I think it was yesterday, because we were speaking here, Gary Ruskin of the U.S. Right to Know organization started attacking us, calling me a Monsanto flack. Full disclosure, I did work for Monsanto 17 years ago. I don't know how that, they're not a client, so I don't know how that makes me a Monsanto flack today, but if you go and defend your industry in conventional agriculture, you'll often be associated with Monsanto, whether you never worked for them or not, like Yvette, just because they're a symbol, but you'll be attacked and you'll need to defend your own reputation. The next thing is to understand what and who. I mean, today, sometimes an influential blogger who you don't know anything about could actually be a good source. But knowing the difference of whether it's, Dr. Oz or whomever, always ask first, who's calling? And then to understand the type of platform, because there's different tactics. And I'm not going to get into them today about how do you prepare to do print versus radio versus television. All I'm going to tell you is you have to prepare. All right? So if you're going in and thinking you can do a radio interview tomorrow and you haven't done one in 3 years, you're going to screw up. do a long form print interview. You need to know and you need to have professional support so they can tell you, look, this is how this format works. Here are the ground rules that you can engage in to prepare before you go in. And the way you prepare is research. You need to know who the people are, what they've written. It's always okay to ask questions of the journalist before you answer them. What's your deadline? What's your, who else have you talked to? They won't always tell you everything, but you need to gather more information before you start giving it. It's a negotiation. Let people in your industry know, I've been approached and called by so-and-so. You'll be amazed. Go, oh, wait a second, I talked to them last week, or I had this experience with them in the past. Collecting that information is critical to being effective. And just remember, and there's a science journalist, her name is Brooke Burrell, she's very good. And she said this at a conference that I was at a few months ago. She goes, look, I'm not your friend. And it's not a journalist's job to write the story you want. Even if you think you're friends with a journalist, I've been working in media for over 30 years. I know a lot of reporters. We have drinks, and some of them are good friends of mine on some levels, but if they're coming to me professionally, that relationship has changed. And you need to realize that. And so if you think you're buddies with somebody and you can do an interview with them, just remember that they have a job to do too here, and it's not to help you do what you want to do. When do you say no? It's okay to say no. Dr. Oz was creating a lot of problems for us in our industries a few years ago, and we decided that people couldn't say no to a certain point to him. So we started a campaign around him and the GMO issues to help expose what he was doing after a certain interview with Martina McLaughlin and Alison Van Eenenum, who many of you guys know. You may have even seen the interview. Dr. Oz was a no-win situation, but he was going to keep going after us and attacking us. So we worked with the academics. We did the show, but we used their participation, in fact, to go off and attack Dr. Oz for what he was doing, and the fact that he was being sponsored and paid by the organic and natural products and alternative health industry to attack GMOs, that he was having discredited people on the show. So now it's okay for our people to say no to him because his credibility has been taken down a few notches. But you can always think about, do you have the time to prepare? Are you the right person to answer these questions? Just because someone's called you and wants to know about a specific topic that you intersect with doesn't mean you're the right expert, and you might want to help them find that right expert instead. Can you negotiate ground rules? Okay, most people don't, they think they just have to accept whatever the reporter says. The next thing you know, they're setting up the interview with you in front of some sort of bizarre looking slaughterhouse. And all the optics and everything are just gonna be terrible. You can negotiate. And are you prepared? Never go in without some support and training ahead of time. You'll lose. I used to brief at the White House and the State Department. I've done 60 Minutes. I've done every single evening and morning news show there is to be done. If someone asked me to go and do a television interview tomorrow, I'd say absolutely no. Hell no. I haven't done one in a while, and I'm not prepared. You need to prepare because there's very specific skills for all these different types of interview settings that you need to have. And those skills include science, advocacy, communications. Some people know it as risk communications. And there's 4 elements to this, and this is my dangling a little bit of hope for you about some of the things to consider. We're often fighting and managing this by shouting science back at people, and it really doesn't work. We need to look at issues of trust, how people perceive risk, how mental noise affects people's ability to process information, and things that we call negative dominance. Trust. Trust is the most important thing that you need to establish when you're communicating about your issues. Will Rogers always used to say, people want to know that you care before they'll care what you know. And empathy or caring is responsible for 50% of whether or not people will trust you. Okay, so even though you may not agree with the premise even of a question, aren't you concerned that antibiotics, and their use in animal agriculture is going to cause all of our children to die from infections in 5 years? I mean, there's crazy stuff out there. In order to answer that question effectively and not just say absolutely not, because they're not going to hear you that way, you have to acknowledge where the concern comes from. People need to know, and this even includes journalists and how your story gets represented by them. that you care about these issues too. I care about these things, and I can understand why this would be of concern to you, because look, as a parent of 2 kids, I care about their health and safety immensely. So you need to open and start with that. And you always need to demonstrate honesty, you need to show your competence, and you need to show that you're dedicated and committed to ongoing improvement. It's a threshold item for communicating. And one of the ways that we gain credibility and trust is through third parties. Who else agrees with us in what we're talking about? You may know that you're an expert, but will your audiences interpret it that way? So when you're referencing facts, be it about GMOs or pesticides or antibiotics or the use of productivity hormones, you need to be able to say, according to the American Academy of Pediatrics, you know, but they said there is no issue with precocious puberty, and there's no direct pathways associated with the use of things like RBST, supplementation in cows, and these claims that kids are entering puberty at a younger age. So it's not just you saying it, you need to associate with people who have higher credibility with your audiences and to reinforce your messages and include them into your messages when preparing to talk to the media. Secondly, people's perceptions of risk are different than experts. It doesn't matter what the facts are, it's what their perception is. And the way to, I call it lowering the temperature. You need to lower the temperature, which is, you know, got that fear ginned up around risk, is by addressing these factors. And the first is step number 1, trust. If they trust you, they're gonna listen, and it's gonna lower the temperature. But the next factors are, well, what consumer benefit can I convey? This is so hard in animal and production agriculture because most of the inputs that we use, we all know what the consumer benefits are in terms of abundant, affordable food, but it's not direct enough. And so this is one where I wouldn't try to stretch it to say, oh, you know, GMOs, they enable us to give you, you know, affordable, abundant food. People don't get that. It's not a direct enough benefit. But if you have a consumer benefit, use it, because people will say, oh, I'm willing to accept a little bit of risk for some benefit. How many of us drive cars? Everybody, or at least everybody's been in one, right? There's a lot of people die every year in car accidents. We assume that risk because of the benefit. It's okay. Next, how much control do I have? This is where we all wrapped up in this damn labeling debate. Sorry for the language, but it's frustrating because they say you don't have a choice. Well, actually, you have plenty of choices. You want to be GMO free? Buy organic. It's an option for you, but we didn't handle that very well, quite frankly. But if you can convey to people that they do have choices, the risk will go down because they'll feel they have control. The research also shows they never invoke the control, almost never. I mean, it's, you know, it's amazing. People will say anything in a poll, and you can focus group of consumers, and they'll say, yes, I want all these things. Then go and check that against the IRI data and see if they actually behave that way. The people at Walmart do a fabulous job on this, I found, by the way. And some of the presentations they give are really fascinating. And you talk to, like, the top meat buyer, the top dairy buyer for Walmart. He's like, my customers don't want that shit. I know my customers, we track them, we know that, you know, they follow this pretty well. So understanding, giving people control or a sense of control is critical, and demonstrating what's fair. You know, and that includes what's fair to producers. Why should producers be constrained or forced to use old technologies or engage in practices that they know are harmful to the welfare of their animals that they care about and are about the sustainability of what they do? So those 4 factors are key elements to include in your messaging that will help and work that story around so that you're no longer the villain perceived in this, and turn it around. The third piece is mental noise. When we're experts, we want to run to the table with a journalist or at a presentation and say, oh, you've asked about antibiotics. Let me tell you the 4,000 things I know about this, and stack it all up. People have an ability to process 3 pieces of information, particularly when they're upset, and they'll remember things in 3s. You can always have backup stuff, but when you go into those interviews, and it's message discipline, you see this in politics all the time, you know, staying on message. James Carville was great. It's the economy, stupid. No matter what question he was asked in one debate I saw with him and the guy from Ross Perot's camp at the time, he never said anything other than it's the economy, stupid. What's your position on healthcare? It's the economy, stupid. It was pretty, so message discipline. Go in with 3 points that you know you need to make that are your best ones that address the issues, and stick with them. You can always provide more information later. So limit it to 3, repeat. And as Yvette said, and this is tough for us, particularly those of you who are scientists in the room, when we share, keep it at a 6th grade reading level. Think about USA Today. And I don't care if your audience is 6th graders or if your audience is the American Chemistry Society. When you're talking about high-risk issues, you need to keep it at a very clear and concise way when you're speaking with them. And also, it's the only way that it'll work when you're dealing with journalists. It's not that they're not smart enough. It's what they have to write is what you say. And if you don't say it in a clear way, it's going to be harder for them to write. Finally, when people are upset, negative information carries more weight. This is the challenge we have in the media. We call it false balance. All right, so they're going to say, I have to include both sides. And so they think the story is balanced, and everybody calls and they're pissed off at them because they've got an expert over here saying antibiotics aren't a problem, used in the following responsible manners in animal agriculture. And then you have whomever it may be, Joe Mercola or some other tinfoil hat guy that they've interviewed, regardless of their level of credibility. This is not all journalists, but it happens with a lot, just to say they've showed both sides. So at the end of the day, the journalist has his balance. The consumer reading the story, that negative carries 4 times the weight, basically, or 3 times the weight of the positive. And they're not going to let you have 3 people versus their 1. So we need to try to keep our content and information positive, avoid using negatives when we're engaged in activities because people hear them and if you can say, does your product cause cancer? My product does not cause cancer. What do they hear? They hear my product causes cancer. You need to be able to speak about things in effective manners that are like, here's what I can tell you about the safety of our products. Here's why our products are safe, reinforcing those types of messages. So just in summary, those are the 4 areas to remember: trust, risk, mental noise, and negative dominance. The key takeaway here is show you care before you show you what you know. That's going to matter a lot. Address those factors if you can. Trust, consumer benefits, control, and fairness. Keep it clear and concise, and avoid playing into the negatives out there. Just a couple other things and tips in terms of things to avoid, and I know this is going against what Yvette said a little bit because humor's at the top. So humor me for a second on it. Why I say avoid humor is, look, if you're not already a comedian, don't decide to become one during a media interview or a major speech or presentation. It doesn't mean you can't use humor in channels in which you're comfortable and all, but if you're talking to people who are upset and you make a joke about it, how's that going to make them feel? That you don't take what they care about seriously. Avoid jargon and acronyms. Even simple things that we use all the time like EPA and FDA, a lot of people don't even know what the hell we're talking about. And all of a sudden it's, what the hell are they talking to me about? With a VFD and this and that, we use this all the time. Risk numbers. There's only a 1 in a million chance that something bad could happen to you by eating conventional beef or something like that. What do people hear? Oh my God, I'm going to be the 1 in a million. So avoid that and avoid worst case and risk speculations. Don't attack the other side when you're defending science, although I will say right now we are under attack in conventional and production agriculture from organic and natural marketing and advocacy groups that they support, and nobody is fighting that war, and we're losing it. They produce 1% of the food that they sell for 10% of our pocketbook, and they're driving 95% of policy today. We need to think about that. And then just finally for the scientists, this is how you usually tell your story. You start off with a theory, you describe your data collection, and you reach your conclusion. This is how you should be telling your story. Start off with a conclusion. This is what we found. This is what we know. Because you're going to lose 60% of the people after you get past that. So we need to, just when you're telling the story, think about it this way. So finally, I just want to leave you with 3 things. Look, perception is reality. It's unfortunate. And we need to acknowledge it and address it. Secondly, our goal here is to gain trust and credibility. It's not necessarily to convey facts. That's the underlying, we have to have it as an underlying element. But if we can't establish that we care about what you care, we're not going to go anywhere, we're going to lose. And that communicating, whether it's to a journalist or other public groups or even online, is a skill. Skills need to be practiced, they need to be shared, they need to be developed with other people. And just with that, I'll leave you and take any questions. And I think I kept to my time.
You did great. Okay, as we've been doing, Terry got a question. Let's start with
Yeah, is there a life cycle to these faddish beliefs? And if so, how long would that be?
There's a life cycle to campaigns. I wouldn't say once a belief is formed, it's really hard to break. If it's still an opinion, you can change it. Advocacy campaigns, they pulse. Usually they act around 3 to 5 years. Really intensive ones can go 7 years, and then they start to drop off. People will remember, we had a lot of battles around GMOs, RBST, and things like that back in the 90s and early thousands, and then it kind of went away, didn't it? I mean, those of us who dealt with the stuff didn't feel like it went away, but in terms of a major public issue, because what happens on the advocacy side is that they get donor fatigue and issues fatigue, and they can only sustain fear and concern about something for so long. That's why the current campaign that we're seeing, merging the campaign against antibiotics, against animal production, against GMOs, pesticides, into a campaign about water may be a bit of a game changer and extending the current attack on food production, I think, that we need to be watching out for. Typically 3 to 5 years. If you're not, and more effective we are, the shorter those periods can be.
Other questions from the floor? Go right over here in the front. I have a mic coming your way.
I know I'm getting this reputation as the question asker, sorry. One of the things I've observed or maybe read about is the fact that, with many changes in the traditional media, the newspapers, that a lot of the budget or the science writers or the people who are really kind of disappearing, and maybe people that folks here would have had access to before or sought out are not there anymore. They've shut down the newspapers or shut down that section. What are your thoughts about how that landscape has changed?
It's very, it's a challenge on one front. What I'll say is it's interesting. Science writers can be our best friends. Science writers don't write about food often. We have cookbook authors writing about food science issues for the New York Times. It's outrageous. And the other people who write about food issues, environmental journalists. Look, I don't want to sound like I'm anti-environment or anti-organic or any of these other things, but they're not the right people. They're not skilled in it, and they've drunk the Kool-Aid. They've already formed their beliefs that everything about conventional production in agriculture is bad and wrong, most of them. So if we can invigorate science writers, get them to hold the environmental journalists accountable, to get publications like the New York Times to stop giving, their food writer status to Mark Bittman and Michael Pollan, and, versus say an Amy Harmon, who they do use. So I don't want to, say everything about the Times is bad, but that Michael Pollan quote that Yvette mentioned, we were the ones who actually found that in our research. It was an interview that he was giving with a guy named John Robbins, who sells a lot of crazy stuff, by the way, where he said, for years I was able to write that organic was healthier, that grass-fed was better, more sustainable, and nobody ever questioned me, and I never had to write the other side because the editors at my paper didn't even know there was another side. So we have to be vigilant in holding them accountable. And what I would say is go to those other journalists and the other science bloggers like Yvette. And when somebody writes BS, like Bittman or something like that, turn them on them. And the pressures that can come to bear in social media have been extremely effective at getting reporters to be more efficient, be more accurate in their writings. And when that doesn't work, go to their editors. We did this with Kerry Gillum at Reuters. And we had academics constantly going back to her editors saying, here's why she's biased. And she eventually did get fired. And now she's a full-time activist with the U.S. Right to Know. So.
Do about one more question, maybe two if we're lucky. We got one in front, sure.
Hi, thank you for that presentation. I'm Diane Sullivan from Boston. Sort of transitioning, I'm an advocate for low-income families and did that specifically for the past 10 years, addressing homelessness in Massachusetts. And I think we did that really effectively by bringing consumers to the table, teaching them about policy and how it impacts their lives and how they can influence policy. And I guess my question is, because I'm very new to this industry, probably the closest in the last maybe 15, 20 years that I've come to a farm is just helping my grandfather shovel some manure for his backyard garden. And I just, so my question, I guess, is, and I just want to follow up with a statement here, is how might this movement benefit from the engagement and involvement of the consumers, and particularly the low-income families who would suffer from and have been suffering from increased cost of food? And for those that don't know, I am party to a suit now suing in Massachusetts to stop a ballot initiative around the cage-free issue. I'll put it in air quotes and use it. Thank you. And I need you all to hear this. I got into this knowing some of what the risks are going to be. I was asked today how many death threats I've received that made me go, what did I really get myself into? But I wanted to sort of put a quote out to you all from Paul Shapiro at the Humane Society of the United States, who said, "The prevention of cruelty to animals is a near universal value. They have crammed animals into smaller spaces to the point now where the standard practices in the industry are out of step with the standard American values of how animals should be treated." And I want you all to just listen to my paraphrase and how important this is. The prevention of hunger in America is a near universal value. I'm just reiterating his words with my own insertions. We have families crammed into poverty to the point now where the number of children who are unable to sleep at night or focus at school in the morning because of an empty stomach is out of step with the standard American values of how human beings should be treated. So I encourage you all to really look into ways to engage, particularly the low-income communities across this country. There is an education, a self-awareness and a self-education that's going on, and I really think that there's an opportunity to partner and capitalize on this relationship.
I think it's a great idea, and because what that does is it changes the villain, the victim, and the hero dynamic. When you can present that the people promoting these organic, alternative, all natural, all of which sounds great, but we know the reality behind it is mostly BS, that they're creating victims out of these folks. We've done focus groups. We did this where we focus group consumers buying milk. And those that were motivated by that either antibiotic-free or hormone-free claim, the illegal absence claim on the side of a carton, but couldn't afford the $1 more for milk for their kids, they bought Pepsi instead. I mean, that's a sin. And so I'll leave you with a quote from Ted Nordhaus of the Breakthrough Institute, who, when he's talking about the claims that people like Michael Pollan make and Gary Hirschberg, he says, don't confuse privilege with virtue. You know, it's a privilege that you can do this and you can buy these things, good for you. But don't confuse that with virtue and that you're doing the right thing and that you're not harming people in the process. So thank you.
Outstanding presentation again, and great questions. Thanks, Jay, for sharing some insights and a lot of great action type concepts and their actionable ideas and ways that you can shape how you communicate and try to get the story across. I thought that was particularly powerful, and he shared the equation there for getting a positive balance in a story, right? That there are 3 negatives to every positive. We used to say that in radio. When you were getting negative calls, it was something like for every 7 negative calls, you might get 1 positive call, something along those lines. So that actually some real data that backs up something that I think a lot of us have known anecdotally. So we're going to do a couple things here. We're going to get up and stretch our legs in just a moment, not right now, because the backside can only absorb so much, and therefore the mind can only absorb so much. But first, we have some fabulous life-changing prizes for the winners of our Refer a Friend contest. So how many of us in the room are first-time attendees at the Stakeholder Summit? Fantastic, welcome. And all of you who were referrers of one of these first-time attendees is eligible
Jenny, Bill Keiser. Nice to meet you.
So I have a question.
It all depends on how the judge
I had mentioned your name to my father. Oh, okay. You're from Stulberg?
Correct.
You're building one in Ashland, North Carolina. There's somebody
Yeah, we should open in a week or two.
I got on my conference call and I said to my husband, I said, oh, I'm together with really important people. And I said, this gentleman from Stulberg, he said, well, I just saw a sign. They're building one here. Like, that's
In our,
you probably knew because I was going to be on the panel that decided to
oh, sure.
Thank you for that. Yeah.
And he's tried, 4 or 5 minutes. So,
Wow.
Central Illinois.
He's going to visit Asheville.
We got somebody in our training class right now for Marion.
Okay, all right.
Right south of you.
Got that one.
Many, many years ago. But at some point, I'll try to.
If you come to town, let me know. And
Well, we're getting close to a quorum, so let's go ahead and begin congregating for our next panel discussion. One of the things I noticed during the break is that you apparently took me really, really seriously when I said that if you bid on the Star Wars poster I wanted, that I was going to do you harm. Yeah, so you should go and bid on that. That'd be great. There are a lot of wonderful things out there in the silent auction that I'm conflicted right about now because there's a really great autographed print of the Duck Dynasty gang, and as it turns out, Mother's Day is apparently coming rather quickly. And my mother, believe it or not, is the biggest fan of Duck Dynasty in Southern Ohio. It's the strangest thing. I think if Uncle Si was on the market, she might be interested. So get out there and bid on the silent auction items. If you weren't aware, the silent auction goes to support the College Aggies Online program. I've had the privilege of working with that program for a couple years now. Presented a couple of webinars and had a chance to be one of the program mentors last year, and really am impressed and inspired by the young folks who take part in that College Aggies program, several of whom you have a chance to meet during this year's summit as they're helping kind of organize and facilitate. So make sure that you interact with those folks. Then more importantly, make sure you get up off your hip pocket and go and bid on those items in the silent auction. Some really great stuff out there and goes to support that program. As we've been doing at the start of these last couple sessions, I want to get some ideas, your action please steps that you're going to take back home, perhaps from one of the previous sessions or something that you've learned or a tip that you think is worthy of sharing. So since she's now a $100 gift card richer, we'll turn to my friend and fellow Buckeye, Melissa Brewer. Melissa, you have any action please ideas that you think were really jumped out at you during the day's session so far?
yeah, there's been some great ones. Probably the one that sticks out to me most was when you really work with the technical people to write like your tutoring things. So
Yeah.
that's a challenge I'm going to take back to our team to do that. Hopefully share more facts.
That's great. How many of us feel like we're professional communicators, just by a show of hands? Okay. How many of us would say we're technical people by background, or science people, or something along those lines? Okay, great. So those of us who are tech folks and those of us who are communicators, maybe sometimes we don't feel like we speak the same language. Yeah, does that ever happen in your organization? Tech people are from Mars and communicators are from Venus, or something along those lines? Yeah, so I think that's a great example, and we as an industry tend to lead with science, right? That's what we know, that's what we're comfortable with, and so thinking beyond the scientific answer is a really great one. Maybe one more. Marcia, you've been an active tweeter, and you're an expert in the field. Maybe what's an action please item that popped out at you during the day that you're going to take back home to the team and share with your group?
Well, one that resonated with me really, thank you, that resonated with me was that it's really not what you say, it's what they perceive. And we say that all the time. It's not what you say, it's what they hear. And I think that really just drives the point. Be short, concise, be clear.
Yeah.
And, it's what they perceive. So ask them what they're hearing. Listening is a really big part of that.
I didn't really understand the truth of that wisdom until I got married, and then it became really apparent real quick. And thanks, by the way, for answering. I decided I would pick on my friends, and I may not have any friends after the session's over with since I'm calling on all of them first. So thanks for sharing a couple of really great tips. Keep writing those down and visit the idea board out in the hallway during the breaks. Feel free to share some of your ideas there on the Action Please board. And as importantly, make sure you take home some of these ideas. This is the whole purpose, is to share ideas, ways we can take action after we finish a great summit. All right, we're going to start our program. This panel is all about cultivating conversations. So we've been talking a lot about some of the challenges and issues and engaging. And I think we've established really important, the importance of engaging with our customers, with our consumers, with our friends and neighbors. So the question is, how do we approach consumer engagement? How do we cultivate these conversations? And our panelists are all experts in that arena and have some really great stories to share with us. I'll introduce all three of them, then they'll each have a few minutes to share their presentation, and we'll come back and do questions at the end. So save your questions until all three panelists have presented. If you have questions and you're afraid you'll forget them, write them down. You have questions that you want to feed up here to me at the podium, write those on index cards and hold them up, and the Aggies will pick them up. And then, of course, we'll have the microphones around at the end so you can ask your questions from the floor. Our first panelist is Phil Keiser, who is President and CEO for Culver Franchising System. Mr. Keiser has more than 35 years of food industry and strategic restaurant management experience, and his firm, I have to say, is one of my absolute favorites. The combination of butter, beef, and custard just makes my heart go pitter-pat. He oversees the development and execution of the organization's strategic plan, finance, marketing, human resources, information technology, supply chain, franchise development, and operations. He joined the company in 1996 after holding several other positions, including Director of Operations, Vice President of Operations, and most recently as President and COO. We're really glad to have Phil Keiser from Culver's join us. Then we'll have Leah McGrath, who has worked with Ingles Supermarkets as their corporate dietitian since 2000. And Leah's been asking some great questions throughout the day, and we sure appreciate that. In the past few years, she's become well known for her work in social media. She's currently the most followed supermarket dietitian in the country via Twitter. She coordinates both the Facebook and Twitter accounts for Ingles Markets and has developed innovative strategies to connect brands and products to consumers and to inform consumers about health and nutrition. Wow, that's a pretty important topic. Finally, we have Jenny Schweigert, who is a wife to a fourth-generation dairy breeder and mom to 3 fifth-generation dairy boys from Central Illinois. Family also operates a small sheep flock, shows Jersey dairy cattle, raises other 4-H critters, and professionally, she's the executive director of the Ag Chat Foundation, a not-for-profit which empowers farmers and ranchers globally to share their stories. She's dedicated to shortening the bridge between farm and fork while passionately advocating for an improved, non-marketing based food labeling system. Great series of panelists. Please welcome them. And Phil, I'll leave the podium to you.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Clickers all over. Okay, very good. As I said, my name is Phil Keiser, President and CEO of Culver's, and I thought I'd just give you a little bit of background of who we are, and that's not who it is. Is number one now working? Nothing magical here, right? That's. Well, anyway, till they get that figured out, and when I see the first slide pop up, am I good to go yet? Anyway, we're, for those of you not familiar with Culver's, because we don't have any here in DC, but we are a chain of franchised operated restaurants. Owner-operator model. Basically, we're a collection of mom-and-pop businesses, much like family farms, which are out there. Currently, we have over 560 restaurants in 24 states, predominantly upper Midwest, although we have made some great goals into Florida, Arizona, and some other places like that. One of our saw it there when we flipped through. Okay, that's about halfway through, I believe. Is that, am I doing that? Oh. We good to go? Thank you.
The other clicker?
I don't know. Oh.
There we go.
All right, there you go. So you get a little sense of what we're about. We're about Butterburgers and fresh frozen custard, dairy and beef. How does it get any better than that along the way? If that, hopefully that makes you hungry. But I'll just give you a little bit about my background. I grew up in northern Indiana. My grandfather was a farmer, and I was actually a dairy farmer for 2 weeks. Thank you. Grandpa got sick. I came home from college. It wasn't asked if I wanted to be a dairy farmer for 2 weeks, but I was. The one thing I know for sure from that experience, there were some girls that were really glad to see Grandpa. Anyway, one of the things that we try to make sure we do within our organization is maintain this connection to agriculture. And there's some stats up there that share about, you know, how many family farms we support through our dairy, how many cows, the relationship with some of those. Some of it says 20 years up there. I think some of them are closer to 30 years to the co-op that we buy from. And our current marketing campaign is Welcome to Delicious. And how we're positioning that is that we aren't necessarily going out and talking specifically about where our products come from. But we're talking about that we have people that really care about where our products come from and that we care that they're wholesome ingredients. And what I'd like to do right now is show you one of our commercials that we think presents that way of approach to business very well. Whoops. Could you start the, please? While she's doing that, that's Craig Culver in the blue hat, our co-founder, and then the guy in the cowboy hat is actually one of our beef grinders who we try to bring into either a farmer or somebody to bring into the whole deal there. So is that starting or? All right, I can't go ahead either. All right. Let's see what I can remember. Anyway, that represents a scene of that fresh ground beef. And along with our Welcome to Delicious campaign, one of our current campaigns, as maybe some of you are familiar with, is the Thank You Farmer campaign. How many of you have seen one of our blue barns? We got 5 right now. If any of you have a nice, good-looking, traditional-looking barn along a major highway in the United States, we'd like to hear about it. Give you a free paint job. But along with that, we think that we are, from an organization, we very clearly understand that every meal starts with a farm. And as an organization, we also understand that when we talk about our food and the ingredients and some of the topics that are hot here at this meeting, we take an approach where we understand that America's farmers understand that they get rewarded when they take care of their land. They get rewarded when they take care of their livestock, and they wouldn't do anything, they wouldn't feed their family. So that's philosophically, I guess, approach more or less how we go to about approaching that. As well as I could show you here, if we get up there, a lot of our marketing materials, we include this Thank You Farmer theme throughout it. On our kids' meals, we tell a little story about agriculture. We show the blue barns on the cups, our bags, our billboards, all those things. We incorporate that into Welcome to Delicious and Thank You Farmer. In addition to that, we have a strong relationship with the FFA. We think the FFA and the kids that are in FFA are just so awesome and outstanding. We can't hardly stand it. I don't know. I think if you have anybody, you meet them, if they're a national officer or a state officer, if that's on their resume, just hire them. We'll figure out what they're going to do with it. Different. Are we going now? Along the way. But this is a way for us to show our gratitude to agriculture. Some in our industry talk about agriculture in this evil way. And we know that we can't do business without agriculture. This allows us, the FFA program, to, there's our packaging, example of that, we're able to help and provide some financial support. Today, in all of our restaurants, and it just happens today, it's a scoop of thanks. Everyone that comes in and donates $1 to FFA today gets a free custard cone. That's a heck of a deal, because it's somewhere around $2.40 if we include the governor's share. So away we go with that. But the Scoop of Thanks is a program that's going on today. Last year, we also supported an essay contest with FFA. And that little gal you see there with the t-shirt on, that's Haley Hampton from McKay, Idaho. School of about 35 students, about 28 of them are in FFA. And Haley wrote just one heck of an essay, and we gave them $10,000 so they could bring their kids to Louisville to the National FFA Convention. Gave them a GoPro camera so they could document it as well. We're going to continue to do that again this year, but we're going to get a few more kids involved, a few more schools that do it. But this little school in Idaho, we don't have a restaurant anywhere near there. As a matter of fact, that little school's an hour and a half away from the nearest stoplight. So it really kind of felt good that we were able to help a community like that. And then the Blue Barns, as I mentioned, or the Blue Jacket program. We currently right now are, as we've gotten closer with the FFA, we understand that the pride that's in that blue corduroy jacket. Maybe some of you still got one in your closet you can't wear. But we've raised $20,000 so far to help those kids that can't get their own jacket. When you hear about somebody wearing their cousin's jacket, we even had a little gal in our office when we were talking about this program. She was an FFA, and we didn't know at the time, but she was one of those who couldn't afford a jacket. As we were talking about this, a little tear came down her cheek. So we're going to be able to give 150 kids those blue jackets. And then altogether for FFA, we donated about $1 million over the last 3 years, and we feel really good about that. Not tooting our horn about the money, but a lot of that money goes locally and it stays local, and we can help all those schools. And one thing that's been surprising about it is that we actually have some agriculture programs in some large cities. We found one in the city of Chicago when our operators didn't think they were going to find something. So, and then last year we had somebody created our Thank You Farmers logo and created a corn maze. So this year in all 24 states that we do business in, we're going to have a Culver's corn maze. Now, I've been a little nervous with our marketing people because I have been to Arizona and I have been to Florida. So I'm a little concerned, but they assured me that we're going to have corn mazes in those states as well. So there's a little even fun with that. And then I mentioned the Blue Barns. Those are the 5 that we have, and we'd like to have a few more. But that's just been a fun thing, and the feedback that we've gotten with that, and the appreciation that's been shared by the agriculture community before that. So, and what I do, is this video going to work, do you think? Maybe? If it is, this is a little commercial.
right? So you're thinking that's English and Spanish, right? It's actually named after Bob Engel, or Robert Engel, who's our founder. I found out kind of an interesting thing not too long ago, that it's also the slang word for groin. So I'm not really sure what happens when people who are native Spanish speakers see that on a store. One can only imagine. So we have 203 stores in 6 states. I'm the only dietitian right now for them, and I have a nutrition assistant intern working with me right now. So I wear a lot of different hats. As was mentioned, I do a lot of work with social media. So I wanted to talk to you a little bit about some of the things that I do. And I had written up this slide about what I do for customers and to inform customers. And I thought about the fact that one of the largest group of customers that I work with starts internally in our organization. So that's really the first group of people that you have to have on the same page, is your executive staff, your customer service, your buyers. So I have a lot of conversations and emails with those folks to make sure we're on the same page about agriculture, about antibiotics, about high fructose corn syrup, about GMOs. And because if those people don't have your back, then it's really hard to go out to the consumers and really present accurate information. I'm not saying it's a perfect situation and that you can't always guarantee that everybody that you're talking to or in your organization feels the same way or is promoting science-based information or evidence-based information, but you certainly have to try internally first. So these are some of the things that I do to try and communicate about agriculture and farming and farmers. There's a lot of different things listed, so I'm going to kind of touch on a few of those things here in this presentation. This is me up in Saskatchewan last summer in a beautiful field of blooming canola. And one of the things I've tried to do for probably about the past 5 or 6 years is get out and meet farmers, not just in Western North Carolina or in South Carolina and Georgia, but across the country, because I think that's really an important part of being able to communicate authentically with our customers about the challenges farmers have, whether they're beef ranchers in Nebraska or canola farmers in Saskatchewan. I think that I can come off more authentically if I'm actually talking to them and interviewing them and kind of taking away my experience on the farm or the ranch and then bringing it back to our customers, rather than just watching Food Inc. or GMO OMG or something like that. I use radio a lot of times to educate and dispel myths. So can you all play the very top one?
One of the big things is not only the water source, because these fish that are native are certainly in very similar, if not the exact same watershed. The big difference is the omega-3 count. With wild trout, they're usually rather lean. Their diet consists of, they might be lucky and eat some small fish, but mostly it's bugs, little crickets, stuff like that. Our fish are fed a very high protein, high omega-3 fat diet, which is in the feed. It's a special blend made just for us called the Sunburst blend. And by feeding them such high protein, high fat, the flavor on the finished product is completely different. It's a more deep, more rich flavor than you might get from eating a native. And don't get me wrong, I love wild trout. They're delicious, but it's a little more of a mild flavor. Mm-hmm. And ours is a little more robust. And again, you look at the omega-3 counts in a wild trout versus a farm-raised trout. Certainly our farm-raised, the omega-3s are significantly higher in farm-raised.
So that was Wes Eason. Wes's family has like a 4th generation trout farm in Western North Carolina. And that's one of the things I do is I interview farmers and different producers and suppliers on a radio show. It started out as a local radio show. Now it's carried through iHeartMedia, so it can be heard anywhere in the world. So having those farmers, and in this case a trout farmer, be able to speak to an issue like why farm fish, in this case trout, are a great nutritious choice. He's speaking from his point of view, talking about, it's a much longer show, about why farm fish are a great nutritional choice. And then the second clip is actually
Hi, this is Leah McGrath. Hi, this is Leah McGrath, the registered dietitian for your Ingles supermarkets. There are lots and lots of labels on foods these days, and it can get really confusing. Did you know that it's against federal regulations set by the USDA, that's the U.S. Department of Agriculture, to administer hormones to chickens and hogs? That's right. So all of your chicken and pork is already free of added hormones.
So those types of messages play in all of our 203 stores in 6 states daily, sometimes multiple times a day, so much so that a lot of our associates are able to recite them back to me verbatim. And if I actually walk into a store and open my mouth, they look at me with something akin to hatred because hopefully they're learning something. So that's another way that I try and convey nutrition and fact-based messaging at our store level. And I want to tell you a little story. These are a couple pictures that I took. That top picture is William Shelton. William Shelton is a tomato farmer. He has a family farm that's been in the Shelton family for generations in Whittier, North Carolina. It's like a westernmost part of the state of North Carolina, almost in Tennessee or Georgia, North Georgia. And that's his tomato farm. He grows Mountain Majesty tomatoes for us and some other retailers. And those are the Mountain Majesty tomatoes in our store. And we do events in our stores. I have planned these events in our stores for the past 4 years. We call them Taste of Local. That's William in our store, meeting customers. I bring, I kind of call it like an indoor farmer's market. So once a month, I bring different farmers and suppliers into our stores. We set them up around the store so that our customers can meet them and talk to them and see that these are folks of all different sizes. William's actually a fairly large farmer for our area in Western North Carolina. He not only has the tomato operation, but he has a hydroponic lettuce operation, and he has an additional operation down in North Florida so that we can have tomatoes for a longer season, or we can have his tomatoes for a longer season. So typically I'll have anywhere from 15 to 25 different farmers and suppliers in our store so that our customers can meet them and ask them questions about their product and how it's produced. And this is William, a poster child on our website with his son. And these are some of the organizations that we work with on a regular basis: North Carolina Department of Agriculture, South Carolina Department of Agriculture, ASAP, which is the Appalachian Grown Program. Just trying to tell consumers the stories about some of our farmers, where our food is coming from. That's what they want to know. As was said earlier, Yvette said, you know, what they really want to know is their food safe? Where is it coming from? Oh, I'm going to go back. So this is kind of a long post. I don't know if you can read this, but this is based on the blog I did about William Shelton. And when I walked around William's farm with him, I spent an afternoon with him and trying to kind of capture that experience of being on his farm with him. And this is the first time I had done a blog like this. This is how the genesis of it all. It was 2 years ago. I asked him that question, you know, about pesticides. And William's a smart guy. He went to University of Tennessee, has his degree in agriculture. And he says in there, if you can read it, he says, you know, I'm pro-organic, but many people don't realize that organic farmers also use pesticides, just like I do. You know, that they use copper just like I do. And he said that my farm is not like Silent Spring. You know, kids come into my farm and they eat the strawberries. I feed my family the same things. You know, I was walking around, there were butterflies, there were bees, there were beetles, everything. It wasn't like this death knell of insects in there. Even though he uses pesticides, he tries to use them very judiciously. One of the things I hear a lot from customers that they repeat is that our food is doused with or drenched in pesticides. That's very common. And that's one of the biggest myths that I try and dispel about farming and agriculture, and about the difference between conventional farmers and organic farmers. So for me, it's just really important as a way of telling those stories, telling those farmer stories as much as I can and as many avenues as I can. And there was actually another one, but it's gone now. But you'll see a lot of things that I post on Twitter. Probably one of the things I post most frequently is USDA Organic is a certification of agriculture, not an endorsement for nutrition. So I probably post that once a week. So I do a lot of things like that just to try and get the word out, to bust myths and promote farmers in general. Thank you.
I believe we have all had our aha moments when we've realized that it's time to take action, please. Jeff Shipp of Farm Credit mentioned this morning a story about one of their Fresh Perspectives finalists who had a gentleman come to their farm and was going to take a photo of their cow and went up to the horse. A similar situation in 2010 at the Illinois State Fair, where we showed Jersey dairy cattle, when a gentleman brought his daughter up to one of our cows and said, "Pet the horse, pet the horse." That was an action please moment for me. As a Cub Scout leader, I was driving a group of first graders to go geocaching, and suddenly, the clicker didn't work. I heard, "Stupid farmers, stupid farmers." It was a first grade boy who had apparently become annoyed. We were coming up upon a tractor that was pulling a planter, and it was springtime. Now, why did he say this? You know, there's lots of different reasons it would have been initiated. It could have been the boy's father, and he's just repeating what he's been taught within his family. It could be lack of education in schools. It could be lack of farmers and ranchers telling their stories. It could be all of the above. Regardless of the reason, it's proof that we need action. So what is the action? Cultivating conversations with consumers, which is a passion that the AgChat Foundation started to bring together in 2010 and continues today. It's a passion that's fueled the AgChat community. You may be familiar with the AgChat hashtag on Twitter. It's a passion that has fueled the AgChat Foundation, a non-for-profit that's dedicated to empowering farmers and ranchers, agriculturalists, and now dietitians, chefs, restaurant owners, which was prompted a bit from our panel here, which is exciting. So what is the foundation? We empower farmers and ranchers, as I already mentioned. We are a grassroots organization, so it's mostly farmers and ranchers that are teaching one another, helping one another understand what works, what doesn't work. We're 99% volunteer driven. I don't think that you're going to find another organization like our organization. So how can we assist? We have held over 13 conferences. Our global conference is the 2016 Cultivate and Connect Conference, which will be held in December in Kansas City. We offer regional conferences, a collegiate congress, which we've teamed with the College Aggies program in the past on. We also have online resources where farmers and ranchers, dietitians, chefs can go and find more information about how to tell the story of agriculture. We offer networking. The networking possibilities within the community is endless. By going to the conferences, by attending our weekly chats, by attending our monthly food chats, where our food chat is a consumer-based type of chat where you're talking with chefs, dietitians, parents, people that are fighting with, food allergies in their home. And now we are going to be helping the food system side by offering advocacy guidance in the Advocate group, which is on Facebook. So I encourage you all to visit Facebook and search for Advocate and join the group. We're missing a graphic. We are also churning opportunity. You may have heard that we recently acquired the Ask the Farmers initiative. AskTheFarmers.com was another grassroots effort that was started by 3 farmers and ranchers, and it has grown to over 40 contributors who have been putting their lives out there for people to read and learn more about what they're doing. The exciting part about this is when we have people who really don't have the time to start managing a blog, they can go to Ask the Farmers and they can submit their story there for publication. We like to encourage people to share their stories on any of 3 mediums, whether that be on social media, which is huge and it will always be huge, or in person. My father-in-law does now successfully check the markets on the computer, but I doubt you're going to see him with a vlog anytime soon. I could be wrong. His way is to go to a St. Louis Cardinal game and he talks to everyone around him. And by the time he's left the game, the row in front of him and the row behind him knows that he is a dairy farmer, that he has Jersey cattle, that he's been showing Jersey cattle since 1967. He can tell you about his hay, or the other people can tell you about the hay that he's growing. And through the years, there's actually been relationships that have been developed from other season ticket holders that then they see every time they get together. And that's a cool thing to see. We can also go and advocate on the legislative level. As Tyson mentioned earlier, we need action, please, at the legislative level. We offer assistance in learning who you should be contacting, which issues should be up in front of you. Many successful advocates only focus on at the legislative level, and that is fine. You have to find what is going to best fit into your farm style and lifestyle. Regardless of the method, we like to recommend bringing positivity to the conversation. Focus on a target audience within the movable middle, like St. Louis Cardinal fans, cooking people, food allergy parents, and more. You may remember a situation between PETA and FFA a short time ago. That conversation was primarily fueled by the agriculture community. There was not 1 out of 10 hits that was a consumer-based hit on Twitter. It was all people from the agriculture community. We quadrupled the SEO that PETA was receiving because people were writing blog posts and Facebook posts, and those letters, PETA, were in there, free advertising. We need to think about what we're going to do and try to be proactive rather than reactive, which we've heard several times today. We also encourage you to take the high road when possible, which is not always possible. I once heard someone say that if you dig in the manure, you're just going to keep finding more. Think about the emotional and the time commitment that it takes to argue with an extremist on Twitter. It takes a lot of time when that same amount of time could have been used communicating with 10 consumers who are open-minded, who will listen to your story. We also like to focus on telling your story. Something that I've learned from our panel today is that the restaurant and the grocery areas do not feel that we're telling our stories enough. There are not enough farmers and ranchers out there telling our stories. We are very much adamant about making sure you tell your story. Make sure that you're not a corn bean person who's out there talking about antibiotics on a beef lot. But I think that we are missing the opportunity through the food system where they can share our stories for us if we do not have time. I'm excited about the Ag Chat community because it combines advocacy training, it combines networking, and it combines opportunity for agriculture. I challenge you to take these tips and step out and take action, please. The Ag Chat community is changing the way that consumers view our food, fuel, and fiber. Won't you join us?
Yeah, 3 great stories and examples and sets of ideas from people in 3 different roles and 3 different levels of a given organization and 3 different spheres of influence, right? Pretty cool. So questions for these panelists. We'll take just a few before we introduce our next panel on a bit of a different topic. I see Terry in the middle here has got his hand up, so let's get a microphone over this direction. That'd be great.
I want to know how you make such great burgers like such a massive cow.
Just good old Midwestern beef.
I love when you showed that picture of that Jersey cow, your 2 weeks of dairy farming. Dad swore that Grandpa always said that Jersey beef tasted sweeter. I don't know if there's any, actual truth to that, but Granddad said that for years. Is that true? You're gonna chime in and say that's true?
That's what we raise,
Jersey beef. Yeah. So okay. Well, there you go. A little plug for those brown-eyed sweethearts, right? Okay. Questions from the crowd? Yeah. Let's go with Cliff in the back.
Good afternoon, Mr. Keiser. Thanks for being here. On behalf of myself, and I think the whole crew here, on looking at Chipotle as just a competitor of yours in one sense, thanks for all your support for farmers. I think when a lot of other corporate companies and folks, leaders are looking at the negative side to bring forward, Culver's is always looking at the positive side to bring forward, and we appreciate that.
Well, thank you for that. And I do think, though, that's one of the things that I believe strongly that organizations such as this can do is we need to not only reach out to the consumers, we need to reach out to the executives. I was at an industry event the other week, and we had a high up individual at a big company publicly refer. I saw it correctly posted in his restaurants accurately, but his words were not accurate as it referred to a lot of this. And as I say that, we need to reach out to the executives as often. I hear from the activists way more than I hear from the ag community. Statement of fact.
Let that sink in for a minute, right? Not that we're probably surprised at all, but there's an action please opportunity right there if ever I heard one. Adnan, yeah.
How do we educate the restaurants and supermarkets? I feel we always kind of trickle down the education to them. It's based on some consumers or advocates, asking them questions, and they come back to the processor or meat processor manufacturer. How do you feed your animals? How do you do this? Why shouldn't the especially supermarkets be more proactive and really ask to be educated in their entire staff, because they're the one in contact with consumers. And instead of just, sending a question to their supplier once in a while, we really need to be more proactive in educating the entire staff of a supermarket. Restaurant would be more difficult, but definitely with supermarket would be easier.
Okay, Leah.
So I would say that in most, when I first started out as a supermarket dietitian, there were about maybe a dozen of us in the country. Now there are probably 800 supermarkets dietitians across the country. And many of us do have that role to be the voice, find out information, disseminate information internally and externally to consumers about evidence and science-based information about animals, about agriculture. So I would say that realizing that there's a lot of us supermarket dietitians out there now, if you haven't already, and getting in touch with us either through organizations, and if you see me, I can tell you the organizations, but you know, many of us are really trying to get the message out to all those layers of consumers. So try supermarket dietitians. The other thing I just want to kind of piggyback on something that Phil was saying is that I think we really need to say no to some of these brands and marketing agencies. The problem that I see is not the farmers, it's not the consumers, it's the marketing agencies that are promoting these this negative and fear-based messaging. And I probably write to or call somebody once a week and say, no, this is not acceptable. This is not acceptable that you want me to promote the fact that you don't use toxic pesticides. I mean, a pesticide is toxic. That's what the word means. Pesticide kill, right? Toxic pesticides, that's just redundant. Why are you even saying that? So I think we need to just, you know, hold their feet to the fire sometimes and say, this is not acceptable because you're not helping. It's not helping you, it's not helping me, it's not helping consumers to have this continual drumbeat of negative messaging, fear-based messaging for our consumers. And it needs to stop, and it needs to stop with the marketing agencies and the brands.
What's the response? So the follow-up question then is, what's the response when you go back to a vendor, supplier, marketer and say, sorry, no, try again?
Oh, well, you know, because I have quite a bit of control when I do social media for Ingalls. So, I mean, when I do things, I will tell people I'm not putting that up on our Facebook page or Twitter or whatever, but I will put this up, and then we'll reframe the message a little bit. And usually they're not going to say anything to me because I'm the customer, and I can say, well, I'm not going to put that up there, but this is what I would suggest. So typically I don't get any pushback, but on other issues like, you know, Del Monte recently they switched over to the BPA-free lining, and they have non-GMO on their cans of tomatoes. No big deal. They're just copying everybody else. BPA, big deal. What I had a big deal with was the fact that they, on Twitter, on social media, they said to Food Babe, who I call Fear Babe, thanks, we're glad to be part of the Food Babe army. And instantly, hundreds of farmers, dietitians were like, what are you doing, Del Monte? Why would you do that? And so I had a series of emails with Del Monte. I still don't know if they really understand what the problem was, if they had some 22-year-old intern running their social media site or not. But sometimes you have to make them aware that this is going on. Maybe they don't even know what's going on the social media side of the house. So yes, sorry.
So in addition to all of the things going on at our farm and home, I have a child that has food allergies, and I am constantly taking several hours out of a week to go grocery shopping and reading these labels, and I have gotten so frustrated by looking at the labels. I've even gone to a packaging company within the state of Illinois, and I was told that they really don't care. If it's going to affect their bottom line, they're not going to do anything about it. So what I would encourage is for farmers and ranchers and everyone to go to the retailers like Walmart, like Ingalls, Kroger, and voice your opinion there, because that's where the bottom line is happening. And tell them how it affects all of us.
Phil, there's a question, and we're way off on time here, but so we talked a lot about the supermarket space, but in the space that you're in, where you've got consumers coming into your shop to sit down and have dinner or take dinner home with their family directly, do you get some of those same kinds of questions or conversations or pressures back? Do you get, obviously you talked about the activists already, but do you get what I'll call honest customer feedback on these type of issues, or do folks just come in and want to leave a little bit happier than when they stop by?
Well, there's not a lot at the restaurant level. I'd have to say it comes in more to the support center where we get a lot of that. But I think here it goes again back to how you market and position your products. I mean, if you raise the question, you're going to get the questions back. If you raise it, if you change the conversation like we have attempted to do with the Welcome to Delicious campaign, then we get the conversations that come from the consumer as well as that. But here again, I think to this thing about the packaging and the example here with Del Monte, it goes back to my statement about educating the executives. I had a guy who was the head of marketing, and I'd say it if he was sitting in the room, who went to Baxter, Minnesota to be a celebrity cow milking contest. He markets fresh frozen custard. He had to go to the internet to figure out how to milk a cow. Now, I was really rather proud of him because he didn't think the tail was a pump. But, you know, when you get down to it, that's the way most of these organizations in there are. And that's the level of understanding that is there. They don't understand it. You all can help.
Let's give this panel a round of applause. Fantastic group, and obviously, you know, kudos to all three of you and to Ingalls and Culver's both as companies for being as engaged and involved. I was very pleased and happy and proud I got a like or a retweet one or the other from Culver's during the session, so kind of made my day, and I'm ready for some custard later. Our next panel is going to look at one of the areas in particular where we have a lot of conversation today in food animal production, and one we alluded to earlier this morning. We touched on just a wee bit with the consumer panelists, but now we're going to really dig into the issue kind of head on, and that's the concept of antibiotic use in animal agriculture and changing the narrative on what has become one of the key hot buttons, as we heard earlier. Our panelists for this, we'll start with Dr. Leah Dorman, a friend of mine and fellow Buckeye. Dr. Dorman lives on our family's farm in Ohio. She is a member of the American Veterinary Medical Association, U.S. Animal Health Association, and the National Institute for Animal Agriculture. She's been trained as a foreign animal disease diagnostician to boot. These experiences have helped her gain deep insight into animal health issues. Her time as a large animal veterinarian is the foundation of her experience and knowledge. In her role with Fibro Animal Health, Dr. Dorman works to answer consumer questions and concerns as part of the company's commitment to encourage and support open dialogue about producing safe food, promoting animal health, and balancing the needs of people, animals, and the planet. Next to her, Dr. Richard Raymond. Dr. Raymond was a rural family physician in O'Neill, Nebraska for 17 years, and then established and directed Clarkson Hospital's Family Practice Residency Directorate in Omaha for 10 years. In January 1999, Dr. Raymond was appointed by then Governor Mike Johanns to be Nebraska's Chief Medical Officer. Dr. Raymond directed a large number of public health programs, including investigations of foodborne illness outbreaks and building public health preparedness. I also served as president of the Association of State and Territorial Health Officials. Then in 2005, Dr. Raymond moved to Washington, D.C. when President George Bush appointed him Undersecretary for Food Safety at the U.S. Department of Agriculture. And that's when many of us got to know him rather well. In this position, Dr. Raymond was responsible for overseeing the policies and programs for the Food Safety Inspection Service, which regulated, of course, the meat and poultry food industry, and once again was a direct report to then Secretary at USDA Mike Johanns. Now the good doctor consults and writes on food safety and public health issues from his home in Colorado and travels extensively around the globe, presenting to various animal health and animal agriculture related organizations, in addition to medical and public health industry audiences. Finally, Christopher Doering is a Washington-based reporter. It covers agriculture, food, and renewable fuels for the Des Moines Register and USA Today. Previously, Doering worked for Reuters in their Washington bureau, where he reported on Congress and covered the Agriculture Department as well as the Commodity Futures Trading Commission. Outside of work, Doering's an avid runner and swimmer and fan of the Kansas City Royals, Milwaukee Brewers, and Green Bay Packers. Later, you'll have to explain to me those three selections, but hey, we've all got our particular crosses to bear, right? He lives on Capitol Hill with his wife, a Bloomberg reporter, and 4-year-old son, Drew. They grow tomatoes, cucumbers, peppers, strawberries, and potatoes. Great panel. Please welcome our three panelists. Similar to our panels we've had, each of our speakers will have 5 to 7 minutes. Yep, you're up first, Dr. Dorman. Please hold all your questions till all three presenters have had a chance to speak, and we'll come back up and go through questions for all three of them together. So, Dr. Dorman, podium's yours.
Which clicker?
Try the first one.
Pick one. Okay, let's see what happens. Oh, yes, perfect, good choice.
Better than the other.
50-50 chance there. Well, I get to quote one of my favorite university past presidents, right? The Ohio State University, Dr. Gordon Gee. Oh, I heard some Buckeyes in the crowd. That's great. This is one of my favorite quotes. I had the opportunity to hear him speak several times, and I love this quote. And he said, "In this time of enormous change and challenge comes enormous opportunity." And I think we can all agree that the antibiotics issue is certainly going to cause us to change some things, or we're going to change some things here in the next year and the next 7 months to be exact. But then it's also been a challenge, a huge challenge. But with all that comes opportunity. And today I want to talk a little bit about that opportunity. So I already said there's change ahead, right? Well, guess what? We've all talked about what the consumer wants to know. They not only want transparency, they expect transparency. And they want to know more about where their food is grown and how it's grown and raised. And this provides us a perfect opportunity to talk to them about what we do and why we do it. There are some changes, as you know. Many of you heard the terms FDA, so the Food and Drug Administration's Guidance for Industry 209 and 213. That's a big, long phrase. But basically, we have a golden opportunity to talk about those documents and the changes that we're making. And here's in a nutshell, and I'm just going to give some bullet points of what those changes are. So for antibiotics important to humans, we are eliminating growth promotion for those list of antibiotics. And when I talk about antibiotics that are important to humans, I'm talking about those shared class antibiotics. I'm talking about the antibiotics that either has the same antibiotic that we use in animal agriculture that we also use in humans, or they're in the same family of medications. But then we're also increasing oversight. So what does that mean? We're increasing oversight by veterinarians. So that is where VFD, those other initials, Veterinary Feed Directive. So for any of those medications, those antibiotics important to humans, for those medications, we will be moving to a veterinary feed directive, which is very similar to a prescription that a veterinarian has to write to allow us to use those medications in feed. And then those same medications will become prescription for water. And this is part of what we're doing. And here's the great part of the story. We're making some changes, folks, and we have a golden opportunity in the next 7 months to be able to talk about this because we're doing our part in animal agriculture. We're doing our part to ensure that we are using antibiotics responsibly. And that is a very important message to get out to consumers. Whoops. The other thing, I think the other opportunity is we have an opportunity to really reframe the conversation about animal antibiotics in agriculture, and really framing those in terms of societal benefits. How does it benefit the animal? How does it benefit the planet? And how does it benefit me as a consumer for public health? And I'm going to show you a video that I think does a pretty good job. You'll recognize some familiar faces. And Andy, I get to one-up you. Oh, wait, I get to two-up you because I have 3 daughters. And you get to meet them, plus my husband and even my dog. So if you wouldn't mind rolling that, thank you. Thank you. So just so you know, there are 2 other videos on our website as well, and animalantibiotics.org is where you can find those. That's the how and why we use antibiotics in animal ag, but there's also one about resistance and one about residue as well. But I hope you heard some messages there about the societal benefits and what is the benefit to the animal. Treating a sick animal is absolutely the right thing to do, and we need to talk about it in terms of animal care, and we don't always do that. And then I think you also heard in that short video, it affects public health as well, reducing the amount of bacteria that is entering into the plant, allowing farmers to produce food more effectively. Because if healthy animals eat less food means less acres needed to grow their feed, which is a lower carbon footprint. We need to be thinking about it like that as well. Now, that being said, I love food choice. I love the fact that we can go into the grocery store and have all this wonderful selection. Consumers in the US have that, and we are very privileged to have that. And consuming meat that is raised without the benefit of antibiotics is one choice. And if you feel better and more comfortable, ultimately we want everyone to be comfortable with their food choices, that's just fine. That is absolutely fine. But there are many consumers out there that are perfectly comfortable with conventionally or traditionally raised animals. Okay, I had to get a little humor in there somewhere. Well, it looked easy when the dang horse did it. Now, I want to tell you that there are companies out there that do an excellent job of antibiotic-free, raised without antibiotics, no antibiotics ever, whatever you want to phrase that. There are companies out there that really do a very, very good job. But there are some unintended consequences that I think we have to be really conscious of. And so I'm going to talk about some of those. And I've got a few quotes up here just because I want you to know there are other folks thinking about this as well. ASPCA, or the American Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals, being one of them. And one of their quotes is, if an animal welfare is not addressed in conjunction with pulling back the drugs, this could actually be a very dangerous move for birds and ultimately for consumers. And I'm going to jump to the last line as well. AAAP is the American Association of Avian Pathologists. AASV is the American Association of Swine Veterinarians. They both have position statements about the use of antibiotics. And so the avian folks, the poultry folks, say animal welfare is enhanced because of sick animals being adequately treated to decrease mortality and morbidity, as well as the risk of disease transmission. And then the swine folks say marketing programs should not prevent a farmer from treating or preventing illness. Something else to think about, and I'm talking mainly from the poultry side here, as more and more companies go 100% antibiotic-free or raised without antibiotics, there are some things we need to think about. What are the options when birds get sick? If they are 100%, what are the options? Well, the birds and divert. And by divert, I mean you market them differently. Well, that's great if you are raising birds for a company that has a portion antibiotic-free and the rest are conventionally raised. Pretty simple fairly simple, I should say, to go ahead and move those over. But if they're 100% antibiotic-free, marketing differently requires some potential different labeling, some different packaging, and it becomes pretty complicated. It becomes even more complicated when you're talking about Canada. They have a quota system there, and they even have contractual agreements between the grower and the plants that are harvesting those birds. So it becomes very complicated for them. And then the second option is withhold treatment and sell those that survive. So I have my first issue with that, obviously, is from an animal care perspective. I took an oath that said I'm going to prevent and relieve animal suffering. We need to treat those birds if they're sick. But then selling those that survive, how does that affect us? How does that affect the consumer? Well, one of the issues, and studies will show that as those birds, as they recover, and you always have this issue with animals that have been sick, sometimes have pathology internally, as they go to the plant, there are times when there is some pathology that can make more food processing errors. And if there are more errors, that runs the potential for food safety risks. And even on the other hand, more condemnations, even before they get that far. And the third and the ugly one to talk about is disposal. I don't think we're here yet. I hope we aren't, because disposal means I don't have a way to market them. I don't want to treat them if I don't have a way to market them. I don't want to not treat them, so what do I do? And disposal is certainly an option. I hope we never get there, because I believe that's a complete waste of animal life and a complete waste of resources. But it's something we need to think about. I had the opportunity to sit in an Iowa turkey grower shop, and he raises for a popular sandwich company that has recently gone antibiotic free. And here's what he said, and this was a quote. I told him I was going to quote him. The company wants antibiotic free and they're willing to pay for it. And then I saw this kind of stressed look come across his face, and he said, but when these birds have E. coli, that means I have to watch a percentage of them die. Is that fair? It's fair to the birds? It's fair to the farmer? Is it fair to the consumer? And is it fair to the consumer that is low income, because it's going to raise the cost of their food? Fibro, my company that I work for, Fibro Animal Health, is working on educational awareness of the issues with food companies, stakeholders, and consumers as well. We support the responsible use of antibiotics to keep animals healthy, which we believe is the right thing to do. So action items. They asked me to talk about action items. So here's some things I think we can do. That is shared values and ethics behind the antibiotic use. And I think we've heard this before. You know, nobody cares how much you know until they know how much you care. Lead with your values when you're talking to folks, because they don't care about the science until they trust you. They don't trust you, they don't trust your science. So connect with them before you can talk about the science. That will give you the permission to talk about the science. Reframe the conversation about societal benefits. And then I think the other big one is highlight the changes, the things that we're doing. We're making some changes here, folks. Highlight those when you're talking to consumers, because we are really working to do the right thing. Resources for you folks. 2 websites, and there's some handouts. There's some handouts scattered amongst your tables. ExploreAnimalHealth.org, that is a food system website, so that's geared more towards your folks with some deeper knowledge. AnimalAntibiotics.org, that's really geared towards consumers. Resource pages, my blog, the videos are here. And then one of my favorite websites is the Center for Food Integrity's Best Food Facts, and they do have an antibiotics section with some videos as well. You're always welcome to contact me. I'm also on Facebook, Twitter, and you can even contact me directly from the websites. Thanks for your time.
Thanks for having me. We're going to take a look at this a little bit from the human medicine side. And my 3 take-homes. Leah, you may have to come up here and run that for me.
Try the other one. They may have flipped computers. Try that one.
My take-homes, I'll let you know right now so you can sleep through the rest of the presentation and just wake up when we get to these 3. One is we don't have enough knowledge to make a whole lot of policy changes in the way we use antibiotics. The knowledge, I mean, we don't know how much interaction there is between animal health and human health. How much does the impact of using all these antibiotics in animals have on my health as a human being and antibiotic resistance? And first of all, antibiotic resistance is very real. It is very increasing, and more people are dying from antibiotic-resistant bacteria every year in this country. It's not beetle. It's a real concern to everybody that ever has to take an antibiotic. But we don't know about that interface. There's very little crossover in antibiotics used in both animals and humans. The one that Leah was talking about, they call them antibiotics of importance to medicine. Means if they're written in a prescription for a human being, they're important. They're not going to be used as growth promoters anymore. We get that. But the other uses of antibiotics for control, prevention, and treatment of diseases in animals still remains very little crossover, and I'll give you some numbers. My goal today is so you can take facts and have a discussion and say, this isn't Raymond's opinion, these are the facts from the FDA page, consider this. And then lastly, I believe the FDA, the Food and Drug Administration, has been very responsible over the last 20 years. I'll give you a couple examples there, which you can also use in a conversation. Antibiotic resistance, what do we know? Maybe better yet, we should say, what do we not know? One of my good friends, Guy Lonergan, another food scientist down at Texas Tech now, said, if you think you understand antibiotic resistance, then it has not been properly explained to you. I wish it was my quote. I always give him credit. But the example to back that up is Staph aureus. We're running out of drugs to treat Staph aureus with. We got Versa, we got MRSA, we got carbapenem resistant. You get MRSA today, your chances of dying are pretty good. But yet, penicillin remains the drug of choice for syphilis and strep throat. Why? We don't know. We simply don't know. Methicillin was invented in 1955. The first case of MRSA was in 1956. Animals weren't using methicillin, and doctors weren't under-prescribing it. It's not a pill you go home and take for 3 days. If you feel better, you stop. No, it's an IV drug. So is it given the right drug for the right dose for the right length of time, and MRSA, their staff developed resistance in 1 year? We simply do not know. The World Health Organization doesn't know either. They came out with their first ever report in 2014 on antibiotic resistance as a world problem. 232 pages long, there were just 4 pages devoted to agriculture. And in those 4 pages, these 2 quotes I remember stressing the fact to me that we don't know what causes antibiotic resistance. The magnitude of transmission from animal reservoirs to humans remains unknown, and more data are needed to identify priority areas for intervention. So the people calling for more intervention, saying this recent FDA announcement, it's not going far enough. If the WHO says we need data before we can even identify what to do, how can consumer activists say we know what to do? We need to quit control and prevention use of these antibiotics. And they throw out that number, 80% of all antibiotics used in this country are sold for the use in animals. That is a number that we're going to dispel today. The number, 80%, is close, but it's not just to treat healthy animals raised food. It's also to treat sick animals. It's also used for companion animals like cats, dogs, and pets. It also is measured in kilograms. If you take Keflex for your sinusitis, you'll take 2,000 milligrams a day. If you take doxycycline, you take 100 milligrams a day. Treating the same infection, one with 100 milligrams, one with 2,000 milligrams. So the measurement is in kilograms. When I give you these numbers, it's kilograms, but it's the only numbers we have, and it's the numbers activists use. So of that 80%, we'll just give that as a given, but it's for all animals. Of that 80%, in the latest report, which is 2014 use sales, ionophores were 31% of that 80%. Ionophores are not used in human medicine and never will be because they're very toxic to the human body. They're used to prevent a parasitic disease, primarily in cattle and chickens, a disease that can wipe out a flock in a short period of time. But it's a parasitic disease you're not going to go to the doctor and take a pill for. You don't have to worry about it. So that's of no importance to human medicine. The second dot there is not individually reported. If a drug has only 2 sponsors or less, they don't report them out individually. So there's 8% of antibiotics that were sold in 2014 fall in that category. I can't see what classes they are because the FDA doesn't report it. But the FDA does say in the report, this 8% are not used in human medicine. They separate that out. So right now we've got 39% not used in human medicine. The most common antibiotic used in animals are the tetracycline class, which totaled 43% of all antibiotics sold for use in animals in 2014. It represented 2.5% of antibiotics sold for use in human medicine. And if you don't believe me on that, just go ask your doctor when the last time he or she prescribed oxy or chlortetracycline, and they'll just laugh. There is a little bit of crossover. I actually took a tetracycline a year ago when I went to Indonesia as a prophylaxis for malaria. I didn't even know that was a use for it until I went over there. But so there's still some prescribed, but you're not going to get it from your doctor's office. We used to use it to treat acne in teenagers a long, long time ago, but there's a lot better stuff now. So 82% of antibiotics sold for use in animals are either not used in animals or are not used in humans or very rarely used in humans. So it's the 18%. That's the number we want to look at. Not 80%, 18%. And I'm going to give you here the top 5 antibiotics prescribed by physicians, MDs, in this country, and I put a brand name after it so you kind of recognize it. A lot of people won't know what a macrolide is, but most people will know what a Z-Pak is. So those are the top 5, and those are the percentage share of human medicine. Those 5 categories represent 88% of all antibiotics sold for use in human medicine, and I would guess it's like 99% of antibiotics used by your family practitioner or internist or pediatrician in an outpatient setting. These are important drugs. 88%. Now, of those 5 classes, 2 of them, the cephalosporins and the fluoroquinolones combined, represent less than 0.2% of antibiotics sold for use in animals because of the FDA's action, which I'll get to in just a minute. So let's take a look, and that's 25% of those 5 categories used in human medicine. So let's take a look at the 3 other categories that I listed. We're not going to talk about cephalosporin and fluoroquinolone because they're not used in animals, except in some small animal practices to treat actual infections, but they cannot be used for control or prevention or growth promotion in the industry. Now, I have not seen this anywhere except in my blogs, and I don't know why the industry is not talking about this. When the I was just giving you numbers from the 2014 report, but when the 2013 report came out, the activists, the sales were up 1%. That was the headlines that you saw. Antibiotic sales in animals up 1%. The sky is falling down. We're on the brink of a public health crisis, according to Congresswoman Slaughter. But if you go into the report and look at those 3 categories that are used in both animals and humans, from 2012 to 2013, the macrolides, that's the Z-Pak, Thailand in animal talk was down 9%, penicillin use was down 14%, and sulfa drugs were down 22%, while tetracyclines went up 9%. That's why the 1% rise, because tetracyclines, remember, 43% of all, so when it goes up 1%, that's pretty big. Now, 1 year doesn't make a trend. So now we'll take a look at the 2014 report compared to 2012. And we see now that sulfa's down 9%, penicillin's down 9%, macrolide sales were leveled. Tetracyclines went up another 11%, and ionophores went up 3%. So I say the take home here is we are moving in the right direction. This doesn't take into account the size of our herds and flocks. It's kilograms. It's not perfect. But over the last 2 years, since the FDA made the announcement that Leah talked to you about, Federal Guidance 209, 213, and the VFD, since they made that announcement and said January 1's coming, 2017, you're not going to be able to use these antibiotics anymore, they're already phasing them out. For that purpose, probably. They're changing animal husbandry at least, and the antibiotic sales are going the right direction. And I don't think our flocks are getting any smaller. Okay, back to those 2 drugs, the cephalosporins and the fluoroquinolones that were banned. From 2002 to 2012, using the National Antibiotic Resistance Monitoring System that's a combined USDA, FDA, CDC, they look at bugs, they look for resistance. They saw a huge rise from 10 to 28% of resistant cephalosporin salmonella in chickens in 10 years. That's a big jump. That drug is often the drug of choice to treat kids with salmonellosis if it's serious enough to be in a hospital. We were losing that drug. Fluoroquinolones is the drug of choice for adults, but little kids can't take fluoroquinolones, so we were losing that. So in 2015, the FDA said no more cephalosporin for use in feed or water for control or prevention in feed animals. Just infections is all. The FDA in 2005 also banned the use of fluoroquinolones in feed and water. Banned it completely for poultry industry. And that's because fluoroquinolones were FDA approved in 1998, and by 2005, we already saw 25% salmonella resistant to fluoroquinolones. In Europe, it's 50% resistance because they still use fluoroquinolones in their poultry. This is an international problem. I don't care what steps the FDA takes to help us. Unless we get the world together, we're going to have a problem. But the FDA has banned those 2 drugs I showed you. Banned it from the science. They had the data to make that move. There are some people still critical of it. Some people still want Baytril back in their chickens, but it's never going to happen, I guarantee you, because they saw a trend going. So those are 3 take-homes again. We don't have the knowledge to make big sweeping policy changes. We don't even know if there's a much cross reaction. We know there's very little crossover in antibiotic sales. There is some. Macrolides would be my area to take a good hard look at because I want that Z-Pak to be the drug of choice for my doctor when I get my sinusitis or bronchitis if he wants to treat it. And then one of the messages is the FDA is responsible for this and they're doing a pretty darn good job. That's my belief. Oh, one last thing, tailing a little bit on what Dr. Dorman said. When you are talking to a mother or a father, they don't want to hear about increased efficiencies. They want to hear about how much more beef and milk and eggs we produce on the same amount of land. They don't want to hear about a starving world that can't afford meat. They want to know if that meat is good for their kids and safe. And that's the FDA's, my message to you is the FDA is keeping it safe from the antibiotic part of it. Thank you.
So I'll know if my speech and remarks here was successful if you don't applause, because then I know I've kind of, as a reporter, I don't want the applause, but because then you made somebody happy and somebody not. But anyway, good afternoon, and thanks for inviting me today. First, I'm just going to begin by talking a little bit about communication and ag and what I do, and then I'll go a little bit more detail on antibiotics. But I've been covering agriculture now for more than 15 years, and in just the last 4 alone, the subject of basically what's in my food has become a bigger story that shows no sign of abating. More companies are capitalizing on it, and as you probably are aware, more journalists are writing about it. In our case, many of those agriculture stories that go to USA Today, the Des Moines Register, and other Gannett papers involve topics such as antibiotics, GMO ingredients, and the removal of artificial colors and flavors. They are immensely popular with our readers, often drawing more viewers than other agricultural items. One of the things I tell people about covering agriculture and why it's a fun topic to write about is the variety of issues, from ethanol to commodities to trade and to food. Everyone has to eat, and everyone cares about food in some capacity. Increasingly, the proliferation of websites, blogs, Twitter, Snapchat, Facebook have given more people with varying degrees of credibility additional platforms to express their views. That makes it increasingly harder as a reporter when it doesn't take much for someone to post something and it becomes a big issue. We're not just looking at competitors, we're routinely looking at websites, what other people have tweeted. There's a lot more venues and avenues now for us to use to monitor for news, in addition to those that we get from many of you and from traditional news outlets that are our competitors. The internet can take a single comment and give it a life of its own, captivating the attention of people, including the media, for days. Just ask producers of lean, finely textured beef, or as some characterized it 4 years ago, pink slime. The fallout over the additive was swift, prompting at least one beef processor to file for bankruptcy and others to cut back production temporarily. My point here is that the changing communication landscape makes it vital for those involved in agriculture to be more upfront and more transparent than they have been in the past, maybe even beyond what they've been previously comfortable doing. It only takes one person to discredit what you have spent years and large amounts of money trying to communicate to people like me. That brings me back to antibiotics. A growing number of companies, such as McDonald's, Chick-fil-A, Subway, Panera Bread, Purdue, Costco, Tyson Foods, Cargill, Smithfield, Pilgrim's Pride, among countless others, have made some type of announcement in the past few years about their plans to scale back or eliminate antibiotics used to produce the meats and poultry they serve customers or process at their plants. Many of those we've written about, particularly in the case of the bigger name players, your McDonald's. It seems like now, from a journalist perspective, we're seeing these once a week, and unless it's a big player or someone that really moves the needle, again, like a McDonald's, it sort of it's lost the impact just because it's happening so frequently. Subway, Chick-fil-A, and Purdue, for example, have not only announced their plans, but followed up showing that they are honoring their commitments. For its part, Subway has touted how it kept its promises and claimed victory in doing so before its rivals. In just the last few weeks, I've seen signs at Shake Shack touting their burgers. That's what you see in the middle there. Subway running TV commercials and posting signs on their restaurant doors, the one on the right there, announcing their antibiotic-free rotisserie-style chicken. Even a local restaurant my wife and I went to recently with a 4-year-old son in Hyattsville, Maryland, sells antibiotic-free, locally raised chicken tenders on its kids' menu. It's a top thing right at the top there, if you can see it. It wants to make sure that parents know. With growing demand for meat and poultry from animals not treated with antibiotics, more companies are pledging to make changes. Many of them I noted a moment ago. But some of the inherent skepticism that has arisen from consumer groups that I routinely follow and hear from through email, phone calls, is, what happens next? How can the public know that the industry is following through on eliminating antibiotics from its supply chain? I'd like to think, at least from my perspective as a journalist, I can't speak for everyone, but I enter every story with some degree of skepticism. And, when I'm writing a story like this, I like to have, obviously the industry perspective, consumer group perspective, an academic, maybe the FDA or whoever it is, whatever agency is in the story in some capacity, so that each side of the story has a chance to basically give their opinion and their views. There's a degree here of trust that a company is going to eliminate the drugs from the products within the time they promised. The headline announcing the commitment is what we as journalists write about. For the most part, though, not enough attention is devoted to what happens later on. For me as a company or industry and as a journalist, what I really want to know about is, what is being done to verify those claims? Are you following through on what you promised? Maybe it's a fault of journalism here, but oftentimes we're writing the headline announcement and not enough is really being done to go back and follow up to see, is what was pledged several years ago actually, been fulfilled. I think this is the next part of this evolving story. The decision by companies making the switch is no longer the top story. It's what they're doing now, and if they are following through on what they promised. This becomes even more paramount when consumers are bombarded almost daily with announcements from companies that are changing the ingredients they use in their foods, such as GMO-free or stripping out artificial colors and flavors, or using eggs, cage-free birds. The list goes on and on. It leads to a confusing message where the issues risk being lumped together, blending these announcements into one confusing basket that blurs what is safe and what is not, what is true and what is not. One other point, this overload risks overwhelming consumers who are already distracted. With all these announcements, there is a risk that the public forgets, or worse yet, gets confused that what one company is doing is actually being done by someone else. I'm not here to cast praise or criticism surrounding what is being done involving antibiotics. It's a fascinating topic to write about as a journalist, and one that I'm certain will not go away anytime soon. And as much as it's possible, transparency and effective communication from all parties involved will go a long way toward giving added heft and validity to these sweeping changes. Obviously, as a journalist, we encourage opening up, being as transparent as you can. I know, for us, that makes doing our job a lot easier and makes it easier for us to get your views, your opinions, out there to the readers. I look forward to answering any questions you may have, and thank you for having me today.
Okay, so as we've been doing, let's take a few questions from the floor, and we'll ask each of our panelists to share their action, please, suggestion, tip, or recommendation with the group as well. But let's start with questions from the floor for our panelists.
While you're waiting for a question, I just want to point out on that kids menu, it said antibiotic free. It didn't say raised without antibiotics. So I think that was not a bird raised without antibiotics. I think they're just claiming their meat is antibiotic free, which all meat is.
All meat is. Yeah, terminology matters, right? Question.
This is for Dr. Dorman. Where do we stand on the Carbidox issue right now?
You really thought you were going to get through the whole thing without having to talk about that? I already asked her that last time.
So the short answer is we have requested a hearing with FDA, and we're waiting. So stay tuned. I don't know if I have a long answer. Honestly, at this point, that's all I know.
Okay. Am I right?
This is for Christopher. So what does a Shake Shack tell you when you ask them to verify? I mean, there was a long list of claims. I've tried to ask them, wasn't answered, it's not on their website. What do they tell you when you ask them to verify these claims?
I mean, to be fair, I guess I just pulled this when I was actually running down the stairs trying to catch my 4-year-old, but so I took this picture. But I mean, I haven't actually really gone in there to ask them to verify these claims. I mean, I'm not sure how one would go about, trying to verify that what they are claiming on their sign is actually what they're doing. I mean, it would be, and furthermore, I mean, if I was going to be singling out one company, I mean, I'd have to be trying to do that for all the rest, and it wouldn't be fair to be targeting one company.
But it is an interesting question, though. I mean, it goes back maybe to that Tampa Bay story was mentioned earlier, but was really popular a few weeks back, right? Might be a good story for an enterprising young journalist to take on, to dig into some of those claims, though. That's a great question, because there are a lot of them out there, right? And we've talked about a lot of them today, and no one ever asks, I think, how do you verify this? What do you mean by this? The antibiotic-free kids menu is a great example. All meat's antibiotic-free. Yeah, so that's.
There are ways to verify. I mean, there's several safeguards in place to ensure that our meat is safe to eat.
Sure.
Certainly, that's which are all time that we all have to abide by as farmers and also as veterinarians. But then also there's testing done by food companies as well as in the plant to make sure that food is fine.
Yeah. Okay. You got one right in the back row. Yeah.
Yeah, my question is for Dr. Dorman as well. We here work for an animal health company. I think similarly, someone in the front from Elanco asked a similar question. We sometimes struggle coming from the manufacturer side about going direct to consumer because we're afraid that our message is not going to be heard or received as well because it's, I think we all know why, right? So how did your company go about making the decision to go direct to consumer, and what has the reception been thus far?
Great question, and there's no doubt that to some extent, first of all, I introduced myself as I'm a mom. So I'm like you, consumer, and I'm concerned about the food that I'm feeding my family. I'm a veterinarian, so I have a background in science, but also in animal health and care. But yes, indeed, I'm also a farmer, by the way, but I also work for an animal health company. And does that make me a bit of an industry shill in some eyes and some chuckles? And the answer is yes, I'm sure it does. But as far as how well it's been received, so far pretty well. We've just really launched our websites, the 2 websites that you saw at the end of February, early March. So they're still pretty new. So we're still kind of gauging how much the reception is. But then we've also had the opportunity to do a food blogger tour. And we invited food bloggers to come to the farm, and we toured a hatchery, a broiler hatchery, as well as a broiler house. And consumers, most of them had no background. Maybe one had a little bit of farm background. And I got to tell you, I was pleasantly surprised. I was very concerned that they were, and they even flat out said in their blogs, I was concerned I was going to walk away being a vegetarian. And they walked away saying, you know what? We get it. We understand there are teams of experts, nutritionists, veterinarians, farm managers, and people making sure the ventilation is correct, et cetera, making sure that those animals are cared for in the best way possible every day. And they got the whole idea about vaccines and antibiotics and their importance in the whole picture of the animal health toolbox.
There's a great action, please, example for you. Dr. Dorman talks about, I'm a mom, I'm a veterinarian. She connected the dots on a few really important sort of shared values or roles or things that apply to her that maybe would resonate with people in the room. I always include the picture of one of my cows and the picture of my baby girl, because that helps me connect with people in this audience, vis-a-vis the cow, and moms and dads that have little kids, and then we can connect. Dr. Raymond, I always take as credible because I think about, if he says something, that's what my family doctor would say. I always picture Dr. Raymond as my family doctor. So, those are kind of ways maybe when we're communicating with folks, what are the shared values or the issues or things that you have in your life that maybe will trip somebody else's trigger? Last parting shot as you get ready to leave.
Well, I was going to say, I usually bring pictures of my 3 grandkids too,
Yeah,
but
sure.
with a 5 to 7 minute limitation. I didn't think I had time. You've seen them.
Yeah, they're adorable.
Yeah.
Thank God they don't look like you, right? So
I must look old if I look like your dog.
What's your action please? Each of you will get your action please recommendation or suggestion for the, Oh, we're going to do one more question, I'm being told. Yeah, okay, great.
Okay, one more quick. Touching on what Dr. Dorman just talked about here a minute ago about antibiotic withholding, things like that. How do we take that story to the consumer? Earlier, we heard that the government needs to maybe get more involved in telling this story. All the testing that goes on. I work in the dairy industry. Milk's tested numerous times to make sure there's no antibiotics in it. And that seems to be a piece of the story that's not getting to the consumer, that we have a great safety mechanism to make sure of that.
Yeah. It might be mine. Milk, of course, is FDA, but you can honestly say milk is the most tested food in America. But you can also say the USDA is in charge of testing for antibiotic and other residues in all the meat and poultry in this country. And we very, very rarely have any violations. And unfortunately, it is coming from your industry sometimes. It's an old spent dairy cow that just didn't have, it was on her last legs and they wanted to get her to the sale barn. But it's very rare that we find it even in dairy cattle and bobtail calves. We never find it in pork or steers. So the USDA is doing the testing. I just hate it when somebody says antibiotic free because I don't know what they mean.
Right.
And that's an approved label from the USDA. I'll take the blame for that. I tried to get rid of it, but I couldn't get it done in 4 years. It's pretty tough to do anything that simple at the USDA. But by the way, your labels that are approved are raised without antibiotics, and you better not be using ionophores because we had to put one company down for that. You can say raised without antibiotics except ionophores, and that would just tend to scare the heck out of most people. And you can say antibiotic free. And I'm not sure any one of those really describe what's going on, because some people say we raise without antibiotics, but they're using ionophores, which is technically an antibiotic in this country. In Europe, it's not.
Okay. Let's give this panel a round of applause, shall we? Excellent job. So really, it's something really special now. I think, a lot of us, when we were listening to Phil talk earlier and talking about the Blue Jackets, that took me right back to when I was a young buck trying to get, figured out what I wanted to do with my life. And FFA had a great role to play there. And I know a lot of us had some shared experience, whether it's 4-H or FFA. And a group of students we're going to meet next have had a very unique experience via the Animal Agriculture Alliance's College Aggies Online program, one that I know I've been really proud to be a part of. And many, many of us in the room have been a supporter, a donor. We've been a presenter on one of the workshops or webinars, or have some way been involved with this program. I'll introduce Kay and bring her back up to the stage to tell us about this year's scholarship program and hand out some of the awards to this year's participants.
Thank you so much. All right. Well, it has been an exciting day. I hope you all feel that as much as I think our team does. We've heard a lot of great items for actions that we can all take home. So now I am going to turn the program to our College Aggies Online winners from our fall 2015 competition. And while I'm speaking, you can look at the screen and you can see some of the activities that the students completed on their campus and some of the social media activities that they did as well. Afterwards, during our reception tonight, we'll have the sound playing so you can get a better feel for it as well. So for those of you not familiar, College Aggies Online is a national competition that is aimed at helping college students with an interest and passion for agriculture learn how to become more engaged on their campus and on social media to help tell agriculture's story. Our online competition started in 2009, and since then we've had more than 4,000 students from over 175 different universities and colleges around the US and some in Canada participate. Our 2015 program was our largest program yet, with over 300 individual students participating. I think over 35 different clubs participated, with a total of over 1,400 students this year. And they came from 77 different universities throughout the country. For more information on our program, you can go to the Connect section on the Animal Ag Alliance's website, and you'll see a lot more about the activities, the winners, and so forth from this year's competition. So the individuals who rose to the top are the ones that you are getting to meet this evening. They've been here with us today. You've seen some young people walking around, handing you all the mic as you've asked questions, and they certainly have helped us greatly with last night's event and then different activities to help the Alliance staff. Our program would not be possible without the generous sponsorships of our donors to this program. And so I'm going to just name off the companies and groups that participated as sponsors in our 2015 program. Tyson Foods, Dairy Management Inc., or DMI, National Pork Industry Foundation, the National Turkey Federation, United Soybean Board, Ohio Poultry Association, American Dairy Science Association, Belstra Milling, and the Pennsylvania Beef Council. So at this time, I'd like to invite representatives from some of our sponsors to come up. So Rex Martin from DMI, if you could come up, Jack Pate from Tyson Foods, Jeremy Davis representing the National Pork Producers Council and the Pork Industry Foundation, Kimon Williams from National Turkey Federation, and Philip Lobo representing the United Soybean Board. So if you'll come up and help me congratulate our students, and you can just stand right here and I'll have them come up, so thank you. So now to recognize the real winners in this program and amazing students who really worked hard to compete and provide so much activity on their campus to support and promote agriculture. So I'm going to start with the individual division competition, and our third place winner is Heather Abeita, who is a junior in agricultural biology at New Mexico State University. So Heather, come on up. And I did forget to say, we should probably hold our applause till the end just because we have a number of students coming, and so I want to get them all in and try to get us back on time. In second place is Jennifer Weinberg, who is a senior in political communications at George Washington University here in DC. Jennifer was also one of our interns last summer, so she has a real connection here. And so anyway, great way to go, Jen. In first place in the individual competition is Jessica Miller, who is a graduate student at Oklahoma State University with a focus in animal science. So for our student organization or club competition, in third place was the University of Missouri Sigma Alpha Club, and the representatives here today are Victoria Locke and Clara Knepp. In second place is the University of Florida's Gator Collegiate Cattlewomen, and they're represented by Andy Gorst and Allison Trimble. Addie, excuse me, Addie, I apologize, sorry. Addie Gorst and Allison Trimble. And then in first place, our winner is Western Illinois University's Agriculture Club, represented by Mackenzie Bike and Lauren Hinnebree. And I should add that through the generous sponsorship, we are able to not only award the beautiful plaques here that they get to keep with them, but they've also earned very generous scholarships. So in the individual competition, first place was $2,500, second is $1,000, and third place is a $500 scholarship. For our agriculture clubs, the first place competition winner is awarded a $5,000 scholarship. Second place is $2,500, and third place is $1,000. So we hope that this will encourage the students to stay active, the clubs to stay active, and for anybody who like more information about the club, visit with the students. Please learn how it has impacted their lives, how it has helped them grow, the value of the program, and talk to them, please, as we're going through the reception this evening. Also, see one of us if you'd like to become a sponsor or learn more about it. And of course, our silent auction, the proceeds from that will go to support our 2016 College Aggies Online program. So let's give these ladies a round of applause as well as our sponsors. Okay, without further ado, I'll turn it back over to Andy. And our last panel will feature our 3 individual winner competition winners, and they'll be talking about the future of ag. So.
Okay. So pretty exciting, right? Outstanding group of young folks, and just thinking about the growth of that program since its inception, it really is a fantastic way for us to influence that next generation and help pay it forward, as legendary football coach Woody Hayes always said. So our final panel is going to feature 3 of these outstanding young agriculturalists. And to moderate this panel, we're going to introduce Dr. Elizabeth Stulberg. And Dr. Stulberg earned her PhD at the Department of Molecular, Cellular, and Developmental Biology at Yale University. She worked on plant-soil microbe interaction and natural product biochemistry. Now, she worked as a House of Representatives legislative assistant while on a science and technology policy congressional fellowship sponsored by the American Society for Microbiology. She then continued to work in science policy with a fellowship in the Office of Science and Technology Policy, sponsored by the American Phytopathological Society. Dr. Stulberg is now OSTIP's Senior Advisor for Food and Life Sciences, working on food and agricultural issues and the microbiome. Please welcome Dr. Elizabeth Stulberg. Okay, so the podium is yours to introduce our young ladies.
I will. Please come up to the stage. So while they're getting settled, I want to take an opportunity to tell you a little bit about myself and what I do before we have these young ladies introduce themselves as well. So I work at the Office of Science and Technology Policy. If you're not familiar with this White House office, what it does is it coordinates science and technology across the federal government. And when I started working there about 1.5 years ago on my fellowship, I was the only person in this about 120 person office with an agricultural or even ag policy background, the only one. And I just want to share one story with you before I turn this over to these ladies. I remember one of my first weeks on the job, I saw an email about a bunch of people getting together to talk about drone policy. And I thought, drones, they're so hip and trendy and cool, and farmers are using them, and it's really exciting and really important. So I went to this meeting. It was just kind of a brainstorming kind of meeting. And everyone there was talking about how exciting drones are. And everyone was talking about all the different things that they could do. And not one of them said anything about farming. And I thought that was kind of odd. Again, I'd only been there for about a week. And then one person said, maybe we could do some kind of a pilot program we could have. We're thinking about doing drones like across the nation, different parts of the country. And I said, that's great, like urban, rural. And they said, rural? Why do we need drones on farms? Like, okay, I see my purpose here. This was an opportunity. So I have made my way through this office, pounding agriculture and the importance of food safety, the importance of farmers to many of the people who work on tech policy, because it's a very tech-heavy office. And what's important about this is that people don't always put agriculture and technology in the same sentence. It should be. Agriculture is science, and it is important, and it's tech-driven. We need to be responsible for making it seem more that way in the consumer size. And it is something, it's forward-thinking. Most people think of farming, they think, something their grandparents did, their great-grandparents did, my great-grandparents did. But this panel today is here to talk about the future of agriculture, and that future is technology-driven, it is interesting, it is remunerative, and it is an excellent career path. And so, without further ado, I'm going to turn it over. So, maybe each of you could speak a little bit about who you are, where you're from, and maybe what about your background has led you into agriculture. So maybe we could start with Jessica.
Well, hi everyone. I'm Jessica Miller from Oklahoma, actually a small town 45 minutes away from where I go to school at, so it's not that far of a drive for me. I was born and raised on a beef cattle farm. We actually raise show cattle in Ponca, and I got started at a young age with my dad because he took me out to go preg check cows and work cows with him and stuff like that. So him and my mom have been the major influences in my life to get started, but I also want to go into ag ed later on. So I want to teach ag and spread the word about how good agriculture is, because I know our youth is our future, and we need to get that word spread to them. So that's kind of how ag has influenced my life.
Good afternoon, everyone. I just first want to say a special thank you to Kay and the Alliance staff for making this summit and especially this panel possible for us to share our thoughts. My name is Jennifer Weinberg. I am a graduating senior at the George Washington University here in Washington, D.C. My roots in agriculture started, I was born and raised on a small beef cattle farm in central New Jersey, which I know a lot of people come to me and say, wait, there's cattle in New Jersey? Yes, there are, and it's been an endeavor that my family and I have kept. My family is a third generation cattle farmer, so we only have a few show cattle on our property now. I've been involved with 4-H my entire life, but I came to Washington with a really specific goal, which was to find a way to fuse my interest in agriculture and my love for livestock, especially beef cattle, with my interest in pursuing a law degree. And it wasn't long before I arrived in Washington that I realized that there absolutely was going to be a way to do that, seeing as how in just about 3 years here in Washington, I've seen so many varied arguments from animal activist groups that are attacking agriculture in legal means and attaching constitutional arguments to why, for example, animals should have personhood rights and everything they possibly can try to do to undermine animal agriculture. They've tried, and they've found the courts of law being a really great way to try to accomplish their set agenda and their goals. So I hope to use a law degree in the future to defend and represent agriculture in legal ways, and that's a little bit about me.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Heather Abeita, and I am from Isleta, New Mexico, and I'm currently a student at New Mexico State University, majoring in agricultural biology in the hopes of getting into vet school. So hopefully in maybe 5 years, I'll come back to here and be speaking as one of your veterinarians. I grew up on a small farm in central New Mexico. I was mostly raised around cattle, but I also was very active in both 4-H and FFA, showing everything except chickens, even dogs. But those are my hopes for the future, is to become a veterinarian. And what brought me into being an advocate for agriculture is actually growing up on a Native American reservation. I saw that there was a lot of residential houses being built on the farmland in the area. So I figured, well, okay, well, what's that going to do for the future of agriculture? What's that gonna do to the future of farmers? So that's pretty much how I got involved in advocating for agriculture.
Thank you all very much for being here and sharing your experiences with us. I noticed that all three of you have some experience at home with agriculture, grew up on a farm. And see a lot of kids now who come from farms that do not want to follow in their parents' footsteps. They do not want to go into it themselves. And yet each of you have talked about career paths that aren't necessarily farming. You're talking about ag education, you're talking about law. I'm curious, why do you think so many young people are turned off by farming, or even any of the kind of related careers in agriculture?
One of the main reasons I think that the youth that do not want to come back to their farm is it kind of something to do with the labor and the cost of some of the equipment and all that, and some of the I want to call them kids, but sorry. Some of the youth do not want to go back just because they could find better paying jobs elsewhere. That kind of like agriculture education, they can find better jobs paying elsewhere that don't require as much labor, and they probably want to stay away from a lot of the cost. They don't want to share that cost and pay that cost that it takes to maintain a farm. And because we do have equipment the money that it takes to pay for that equipment it's a lot. So they might not just want to share that dead with that. So.
For me, a few ideas on this that I've had, and I think it's a theme that we've discussed a little bit in different areas of today, and it's probably a theme I'll return to, is there's a certain narrative that goes along on continuing the family farm. I think that in agriculture and discussing, you know, certain elements and areas of agriculture, there is various narratives that are put out. And I think that one narrative in relation to agriculture is this notion of the American dream. There's notions that we want better lives for our children than we have. So how can you possibly achieve that by just continuing in what your father did on the family farm? I think that there's certain emotions and certain parts of the story of just continuing on the family farm that make going to cities to pursue, you know, a law degree or pursue another career more glamorous, or with more opportunities to explore the unknown, rather than just staying where you are and staying complacent in that role.
I also agree with Jennifer with that being said, I believe in our generation, we mostly grew up with a lot of technology, social media. So we also grew up watching a lot of the celebrities. Generation I have noticed is that we want to be rich and famous. And it seems like for most of our generation, they want that same dream. They want to be Kim Kardashian or some kind of, maybe not Kim Kardashian, but some kind of celebrity with being rich and famous. So they don't want to get dirty. They're like, dirt, ew, no, back to the farm. No, it's okay. I'll just work in an office all day where it's nice and cool. It'll be okay. So I think that's where we kind of have a little, go into a problem with that aspect, is that they don't want to work on the farm because it's not so glamorous. They want to have more of a comfortable life elsewhere.
So Heather, I'll follow up with that. A lot of the things that we've been talking about today have been ways where farmers or the farm community can reach out to consumers, but also just the general public via social media to get a message out, whatever that message is. And we've talked about a bunch of different ones. In terms of the messages that agriculture, especially animal agriculture, is important and maybe a good career path or a career path, a good career path, or maybe just making consumers better informed, do you think a celebrity endorsement, or what kinds of social media do you think would best influence young people?
I think a celebrity endorsement would definitely be good for agriculture, but I also think education is very important to get them noticed for agriculture. In New Mexico, and I'm sure in the other states, we have ag in the classroom that's very popular. They try to go talk to elementary students, middle school students, and we also have FFA in high school as well too. But if we could just possibly start talking to the younger generation and get the word out to them more, that way they can maybe possibly grasp the idea of agriculture, and there's possibilities for a career in agriculture.
Just to kind of follow up on that point, I definitely agree. However, I think it's something we've discussed a little bit before, but I think it's really important to mention again, is that in terms of outreach on social media platforms and things, the reason we have to be there is that's where everyone else is. And further, that's where the activists are. So in talking about, for example, celebrity endorsements, I think Carrie Underwood is one of those examples where she come out on Twitter and on her Facebook and Instagram advocating for a vegan lifestyle because that's what she follows. Specifically, when a state was currently battling in court over a supposed ag gag, or what I call a farm protection bill, she came out on Twitter, advocating for the governor to veto the bill, or for the court to overturn it because it was awful and it was, preventing animal abuse from being exposed. So I think examples like that just fuel activist campaigns that are already strong. wrong. So I think our response, plain and simple, needs to be, we need to fight fire with fire. We need to continue to do so. We need to use the strategy and the rhetoric, not exactly the rhetoric, but we need to turn the rhetoric of activists around, and we need to counteract it, because as of right now, as it sits, activist groups are louder, they're proud, they're louder, and they're effective. So we need to shut that down in our own way by taking what they do and then using it for our advantage.
I'm going to kind of follow up on what Jennifer said about Carrie Underwood. That hits home for me just because she's from Oklahoma, and I actually went to school not far from her. So it kind of it hits home, and it kind of hurts a little bit just to hear that one of my own is against agriculture. So if we have a celebrity that speaks out and says that, yes, I support agriculture, agriculture is great because we need to eat to live, and without agriculture we'll, not survive. So if somebody can see that and say, hey, they're supporting agriculture, I will too, and at least give the facts out, because like Jennifer said, everybody's on the social media website. Everybody's on social media anymore. You can't find anybody that's not on there, except for my dad. Sorry, Dad. So if we can fight fire with fire and tell them the facts, use what we are learning now to hit the major media channels, then I think more people will understand that agriculture is good and social media is a great way to start. But I also think we need to go higher than that.
Also, with that being said, one of my good friends is a vegetarian, and I try to speak of my background, of my agriculture background to her. And I remember a conversation we had. I was telling her what farmers do, what ranchers do, and why we need to do it. And she's like, oh, really? Well, I didn't know you guys did that. And she also told me that on their PETA site, that they focus on teenagers more so than any other age group. So with that being said, I see how the younger generation are vegetarians or want to have that bad look on agriculture is possibly because PETA focuses on the younger generation.
So maybe I should ask, what kinds of stories or images or information should be out there? What should we be saying to target teenagers, to target young people?
As the story wise, anything that has to do with something that's involved in their daily lives. Speaking of the PETA thing, most girls wear makeup, right? Telling the teenagers, because some of them are starting to wear makeup and starting to want to look pretty and stuff like that. We actually had PETA come to our campus once, and we showed them all of the products that have animal products in them, including makeup. So telling that story of, hey, your makeup has animal products in it. You don't have vegan mascara. So, kind of telling that story, and then telling personal experiences that this is why we do that. This is why we give antibiotics to our animals and stuff like that. But something that kind of piques their interest as a teenager, because we were all teenagers once, and we know what piques our interest. And telling them some personal stuff that we were once like you, but we're still Aggies, and so this is why we do that, so where they can understand exactly where we're getting at.
One of my favorite PR campaigns that activists like to push is what's called Open the Barns, where they say, there's no reason you should be, criticizing us for illegally trespassing on your property and violating the law and taking videos. What's wrong with that? And so my idea is, if they want the barns open, we should open them, but on our terms, not on theirs. So for instance, I think the narrative, the stories, the connection that needs to be drawn from farm to table is what goes on farm operations on a daily basis. So show pictures of, the pigs being, fed off their mom. Show the pictures of, the dairy cows being milked. Like, show it aesthetically in a way that people can kind of visually see and then emotionally connect. Because I think activist arguments, political arguments, any kind of persuasion uses two things majorly, which is emotion and visuals. People love to see things, that seeing is believing, and more importantly, everyone has the capacity to feel emotion and draw opinion based on what it looks like. So I think we really need to be careful to craft our narratives and craft what we're showing people to show the truth of what we do and how our animals are treated. And therefore, if we open the barns and say, hey, PETA, hey, ASPCA, like, look, we've opened our barns, check it out. Like, over time, if we as a community, all, members of animal livestock industries, go ahead and do this, then the activist arguments in some ways become mute. I won't sit up here and say that's going to solve the problem entirely, because there's always going to be something, and they're always going to try to make arguments, but the best thing that we can do is try to discredit them before they even start, or if they have started, do our best to essentially make sure that, we shut them down as effectively as possible.
I'm going to go, sorry, Heather, I'm sorry. I'm going to go along with what Jen said. People don't like what they don't understand. So if we can open our barn doors and show them how we do things and show them that our animals aren't abused and that they're treated better than some people in the nation, I think they will have a better understanding of that we are not here to harm our animals. If we harm our animals, that affects us, and we don't want that. So we all want to have our animals healthy and alive and producing for us, because thank God for them. So if they weren't here, we wouldn't be in business.
I agree with everything you guys said. But also, besides that, I think that social media has a strong point in getting across to the younger generation, of course, because we're always on our phone. My dad always tells me to get off my phone. But also just, we're visuals. So we like a pretty picture. Everybody likes a cute little baby calf. I know for one of my ag classes back at NMSU, I posted a picture of one of my bulls where I just got done grooming him, and he has a look of, are we done yet? Like the lazy eye look. And that was my hashtag that I put as "Are we done yet?" And I got a lot of likes on it. And maybe along with that, you could write, "Did you know something about cattle?" Which that was one of our tasks as being an online Aggie as well for our assignments.
So I'm going to direct this next question first to Jennifer. I'm going to pick on you because I am also from New Jersey.
Okay.
I did not grow up on a farm. I grew up in a very suburban area. We didn't have agriculture in schools. There was no ag educator. I didn't learn anything about where my food came from except for the grocery store. And so we've also talked a little bit, some of the speakers have mentioned those aha moments where, the guy comes up and says, "Pet the horse," and it's a cow. And I feel like I've had those moments when I go back home and talk about anything to do with agriculture, whether it's, wait, you think that's what organic means? To anything. And I'm curious if you've also had those experiences, those, wait a minute, not on the same page moments, and how you deal with them, and how you think the industry could deal with them.
I apologize in advance to anyone I've spoken with today or yesterday evening that's heard this anecdote, but I think I have to tell it again because it really just speaks to me and answers this question just so well. So last week I presented my senior thesis, in which I'm a political communications major, so I look at politics, I look at the media, and I chose to analyze how the media covers what is called the ag-gag debate. I call it farm protection, and what I found essentially is that there is significantly less coverage, defending agriculture than there is, affirming activist claims. And then, so that's about 50% of affirming activist claims, and 50% is just balanced coverage. So I was explaining the background of what the ag-gag debate is all about to my classmates at GW, most of which are from urban areas, none of which besides me grew up on a farm. And so in order to adequately discuss what my thesis was about, I had to mention, what are these undercover videos and what are they showing? So I pulled up on the screen what was, I think, PETA's most, emphasized undercover video, which was a picture of a dairy cow being held, moved with a skid steer tractor in a slaughterhouse. And, it was the activist claim that, look at how awful these animals are treated, like garbage and things. So I said, well, this is what, the activists have to say about it. But I said, I've lived on a cattle farm for 20 years, and unfortunately, my family and I have experienced instances where our cattle have gotten hurt, broken limbs, and unfortunately had to be put down and ethically slaughtered. So we always obviously ethically slaughter our cattle, but sometimes that time comes earlier or in a way that we would rather it didn't. So we have options. So I asked, I asked my classmates, how much do you think this particular cow in the video weighs? And I got, 500, 600. I said, well, this particular cow in my experience of 20 years probably weighs about 1,300 to 1,500 pounds. And it has a broken limb and it's scared and it's hurt and we need to take care of it as quickly as possible. And I asked the class again, so how would you suggest we move this particular animal into an area where it can be ethically slaughtered? Besides, using some sort of machine, and nobody could give me an answer. So I said, so in this instance, is it possible technically for, horrible abuse to be happening of this downed animal? Yeah, I'm not gonna sit here and say it never happens anywhere, anytime, because that would just be foolish. But what I did say is, this to me, in my experience, speaks to an animal that has injured itself and needs to be ethically slaughtered and to be put out of its misery. So this is the way that we have to deal with this. Is it the prettiest example? Is it pleasant? Is it happy-go-lucky? No, but it's reality of what happens. And this is the story sometimes of how our food arrives at our table. And one girl raises her hand, and she's from Los Angeles. She's like, I've never stepped foot on a farm before, but I never thought of that. So that to me, when I was just sitting up here presenting my thesis, I said, well, that's an aha moment if I've ever had one. And I think, we've talked a lot about how we can better educate people. I think that's absolutely part of the deal. Yeah, you can't just put pretty pictures up there with no basis and no support for what you're saying. So I think the industries going forward really need to balance not having too much information just thrown at you. They need to balance the narrative that uses emotion and visuals like activist groups do, while also putting the facts out there. And I think that like some certain politicians that we've seen that have made their ideas and their points very short, sweet, to the point. Let's make agriculture great again. I think that's what we essentially need to do on an ongoing basis. And it's going to be trial and error and experimentation, but we have the resources to do so. I apologize for my really long answer.
Do either of you have those aha moment stories?
I work at a dairy farm at Oklahoma State University, and I've been there for about 4.5 years. And of course, you get everybody on a school farm coming up to you and asking you questions. It's kind of the similar, I actually had a group from Kenya the other day, I think it was like last week sometime, and they asked me multiple questions, and they were actually very precise and very good answers, and questions, I gave them good answers, I tried. But they did ask me if, I got multiple questions about, well, why do you take the calves away from the cows? And all I can see there is that just give them the facts, and I just told them this is why we do this. This is the ethical way of doing this. This is why. But going into another story, a long time ago, my father actually, you got to milk cows at the Oklahoma State Fair. It was a long time ago. They don't do it anymore. But he was there, and he was helping people milk cows. And ladies like me would come up in high heels and milk cows. And other people would just be, ew. And there was also bulls around too. I think they were probably beef bulls. And these people came up and said, well, why don't you milk that one? And pointed at the bull. And so that's kind of an aha moment that I got from my dad, because that's just one of those things, well, how do you explain that to somebody who doesn't major in animal science? So, but that's one of my aha moments, because we need to educate. I mean, even though it might be not what they want to hear sometimes, but we need to educate them, just because, okay, that you can't milk that might kick you, so.
I think we know a lot more than we do know a lot more than we realize. And so when we have questions asked by the public who never have stepped foot on a farm, they're just general questions like, oh, well, is that a bull? No, that's a heifer. It's just the general questions to the population like that, where I've had just general questions asked that are common that we would know, but just the general public don't know that you have your aha moment.
So that actually is a great segue into my next question, which I'm going to direct towards Jessica first, because it has to do with ag education. It seems to me like the three of you, when you're talking about your experiences and how you interact with other people, you're talking about, you're really drawing from your past. You're drawing from your experience on the farm. And but as an ag educator, we're talking about a more academic curricula. And all three of you have also had experience in school learning about the academic side of animal science or animal biology. So I'm curious, when you, do you find that you draw more on your experience from your own personal growing up experience or the academic experience when you're talking to other people who don't have any background on this? And it seems to, this is kind of a loaded question because it seems to me it's your personal experience. And if that's the case, then how can agriculture give other students who don't have your experiences that kind of resources, those kind of resources to draw from?
That is a great question. And actually, I'm just going to say it's a little bit of both of my past and my education. I can't tell you off the top of my head just details, but people like, they like experiences. If you can tell them, well, I've been there and I was doing that. And then also tell them, well, and because of this, there's studies that show that this has happened. So I think of a good way to kind of lead into that in being able to teach youth that are not involved in agriculture. I think as an ag educator, I would like to take them to these places and show them, because I know that we've got Brahms in Oklahoma. I don't know if anybody's heard of Brahms, but we've got Brahms in Oklahoma. They allowed farm visits. So taking the youth on a field trip like that to farms and allowing them to see what's going on and teaching them the facts while they're there would be a great way to, and then also telling them, I was once a dairy kid at one time. I was on a dairy. I also raised this and this. So they'll know that, okay, we're learning, but she's also been there too, so we can ask her. And if they want to get involved later on in certain projects and stuff, then they can ask me or go and, ask whoever they want to and go there. But learning and the past experiences all together is, I think, a great way to just kind of get them to absorb all of that.
Get students onto the farms. Yeah. Do you have anything you'd like to add, either Jennifer or Heather?
I think that it's really important going forward for all of us, but especially those being interested in entering careers in animal ag like Jess. So thank you for that, because we need that and it's very important. I think it's going to be a balance of using hands-on experience and personal experience in telling the story and educating students, as well as using the science and using the strict academic things in order to really well educate people about agriculture. Because like I said before, we need to balance the usage of just here's the facts thrown in your face with the hands-on experience. So if we can have a generation of individuals that goes, well, I learned in school that, we use gestation crates because, hogs might attack each other and, could potentially hurt or kill each other because, when they're pregnant and things like that. And then, you take a trip to a hog farm that uses gestation crates and you can see, the babies feeding off their mom and that, the hogs are, grunting, they're all happy and things that, maybe the activist argument then that we shouldn't be using gestation crates and they're these horrible apparatuses that torture animals, that's not going to resonate with them because they know better. So I think the combined approach is really what we need going into the future.
I agree that we need the combined approach as well, just because we relate to our past experiences because we've been there, we've went through it, we know how it is. So I think that's why we go back to our past experiences, is because we know how it is, but it's also good to learn something new and also the education aspect as well.
Another thing going into the combined education and experiences, if you teach them in the classroom and then kind of later apply that, I think that's kind of a great way to get that and instill that into the young minds, because that's kind of how I learned, because I'm a visual person as well. So if I learned that in the classroom and then we went later on and applied it kind of like a lab, but just go on a field trip and show them everything that you just explained in class, I think that's a great way to kind of get them to remember that and get it in their head, because then they'll remember that experience and know that whatever we taught them and whatever we told them, and then they can apply that later and just remember it for future use.
So we've covered things like getting students onto farms and social media tips already. But I think I'm going to ask you one more question before I turn over to the audience, because I bet they've got questions for you too, but I'm going to take my time and use one more. I think it's really easy to say that it's the fault of the uninformed or the consumer that doesn't know any better, that the information is out there and they could find it if they wanted to. But you know, the theme of this summit is taking action. And so I'd like to give each of you the opportunity, if you could tell the leaders in the field of animal agriculture, what kinds of actions should they be taking? What would you say?
First and foremost, whenever somebody approaches you, just give them, if they want transparency, give them the transparency, but tell them, that we aren't here to harm anything. We love animals just as much as anybody else, and they're here to produce for us. And so if we don't produce and we don't help them and keep them healthy, then, it hurts us. Also, I think social media is a big deal. We've talked a lot about that today, and that's going to be the main focus, and getting word out there is getting things posted on social media that are correct and that are accurate. And also, I think since we're talking about media, I would like to see agricultural things on like large scaled media channels like CNN or anything like that. I know that's asking a lot, but sometimes we just kind of preach to the choir, and we don't really want to do that because we need more people to understand that and know that. So that's kind of a way to kind of take action and get out there. There might be a lot of hoops to jump. I don't understand how many hoops there are to get through, but I know we can do it because we've got the money and we've got the backing and we've got the support, I'm hoping. So if we can get out there and get our word out there and tell everybody that, agriculture is awesome. Without it, starvation sucks. So if we can get that out there, then that'd be great.
Yeah, when was the last time there was a positive news story about the food industry on CNN, right?
Exactly, yeah, absolutely.
So I'm going to answer this in regards to my education and what I've learned from living in Washington these last 3 years. And it's something I believe that was mentioned on a panel earlier this morning or this afternoon. And I think that as industries, it's important to continue what I say, fighting the good fight, and, engaging directly with the elected officials that create the policy, support the policy, or in some instances, defeat the policy that strengthens and continues to protect our industries. But I think that on a more personal level, the theme of the summit, like was mentioned, it's action, please. I think that, above anything else, the more cynical view of politics is that at the end of the day, elected officials, they want to hear what their constituents want to say because they want to be able to make them happy enough so that they can continue to be elected and reelected. So I think that if all of us as a community come together and take individual action, engage with our local representatives, send letters, call your congressman's office. It may be a pesky task. You may feel that it doesn't make a difference, but from being good friends with legislative aides on the Hill, being an intern on the Hill, all of this is documented, and at bare bones minimum, this analysis is being used by political campaigns, by re-election campaigns. If enough of our voices are heard the same thing over and over and over again, our voices then become louder than those of the activists that want to shut down agriculture. And if we can keep politically, from my experience, keep engaging our officials, just every little bit counts, then I think that is the way we can continue to take the most action, because at the end of the day, we can try to appeal to people based on emotions, average citizens, and there's just some people we're not going to be able to sway. But I think the one thing that is essential is that we make sure that our elected officials and our politicians are on the side of protecting agriculture and our industries.
I think that with our leaders today, They're very important for the decisions they're gonna make today. It will impact us tomorrow. So I think with everything they said, education is a big deal, not only for our youth, but also for our leaders. I think our leaders need to be well educated in the agriculture industry and make sure that they know us, and we also keep our doors open for them and just make sure we answer their questions. And of course we will, but just keep our doors open so that way that they are more educated in making the choices for today and tomorrow.
Well, before we open up for questions, I'd just like to give a round of applause for these ladies. Thank you so much. Does anyone have anything?
First, Jennifer, do you have an internship this summer yet?
Well, thank you for asking. I've actually accepted a job for after I graduate next week, and I'm really excited. But again, I'm always looking for ways to stay involved in agriculture, especially being in Washington. So I'm a big Ag Chat supporter, and I think that down the line for my career, it's going to be essential to stay in contact with everyone from every industry. So thank you for asking.
Thank you. I do have another question.
Oh, good.
So I happen to own the domain openbarndoors.com.
Good.
If I were to hand it to the three of you, hypothetically, what would you do with it?
Well, for starters, I think that there is such a great network that I know the Alliance, in my experience as an intern with them, and I think as our industries have pulled together of all these farmers and ranchers from all over the country, I think we really need, I would take the approach of first gathering these members together and having them send in photos and materials that they have, because from our experience, like, everyone has them. They have these pictures, they have these visuals, they have these stories. So I think that for starters, what we need to do is collect all of these materials and then showcase them. Opening the barn doors. Okay, well, we're going to open the barn doors. You know, you could do so much with websites now. It's phenomenal. It goes even over my head. I think I know what I'm doing. I go on to, you know, restructure my blog, and I'm just like, oh my gosh, what is all of this? So it changes quickly, but changes for the better in that we can just provide so much information in so many intricate and detailed ways that are really fun, interactive. They engage people. They get people, you know, involved emotionally. So I think there's just a lot we can do. I think the first step, though, is to gather the materials together and to be able to paint a landscape and a narrative of all industries, what American agriculture looks like. Because I think that's the misconception that people, they don't know. What does American agriculture look like? So when they go on Google and, you know, they type it in, what comes up? Snapshots of undercover videos are really, you know, dramatized with the dramatic music, Sarah McLachlan, you know, dark shading over the animals, life is horrible. I mean, that's what they get. So I think, again, thank you for owning that domain, because I think that's brilliant. I think that there's so much you could do there. I'd love to discuss it with you and see what's already been done. But I think that there's great steps that can be taken and that will be taken.
And I kind of agree 100% with Jen, because we are in the age of technology. So I know that there's possibilities for virtual tours. And I've been to nice farms, and I know they're out there. And I believe that, like Jen said, we can send in that information and disprove that all of, you know, whatever the undercover videos show, that all of our farms are not very nice and not very humane. I would like to disprove that by showing them that, yes, we have humane farms. We have nice, beautiful farms that are gorgeous and absolutely just wonderful to be around, and very humane and very safe and very clean. And I'd love to just send them in and do that open barn doors.
I also agree with everything they said. I think if we just posted videos of showing the public of what we do on a daily basis and just educating the public of who we are and what we do on a daily basis would help a lot as well too.
How about a round of applause for Dr. Stulberg and our three Aggies? I'm just very encouraged, it kind of, again, takes me back to Phil's comment earlier. He was talking specifically about FFA members, and he said if you meet one, you have it on their resume, you hire them. I would say that's true of this group as well. And, as we're looking to the future of our organizations, our farms, our companies, these College Aggies participants really exemplify great days ahead for us in food animal production. Couple things for us to think about, as we close our time together today. We've talked about ways to connect, ways to engage. Tomorrow we're going to talk more about ways to protect as part of our theme, Action Please. We've shared some great Action Please tips, tactics, ideas, concepts, and recommendations. I hope you've visited the idea board out in the function area outside. If you haven't done that, do so. Share your Action Please ideas. Take some ideas and put them in your own idea book. Certainly want to thank all of our sponsors for making this function possible, this two-day summit. We want you to join us for the chairperson's reception starting immediately after this session through 7:30 this evening in the area outside here. Breakfast tomorrow will be sponsored by United Egg Producers and will start at 7 a.m. We will convene in this room promptly at 8 a.m. While you're enjoying the reception and the hospitality and fellowship, please be sure to visit the silent auction, bid early and often on multiple items, because all the proceeds from the silent auction will benefit the Alliance's College Aggies Online program that brought us such outstanding young professionals as the three young folks to my right. Items available in the auction include a signed record of Taylor Swift's Speak Now album, which I thought was perfectly appropriate for this conference. Also a ham or a case of bacon or a big basket I saw of bourbon, something else that might fit that mom in your life for Mother's Day coming up here very closely. I'm telling you, if I take on that basket of bourbon, Mama's going to be pretty happy. This evening, you're going to get an email, and actually, I think you may already have it, with a survey link so you can share your thoughts with the Alliance and the group that put this event together. Get your feedback. As I mentioned earlier, it's really helpful as we plan future iterations of the Stakeholder Summit, so please share your feedback via that link. Continue the conversation via social media online. The hashtag that you've been using all day is AAA16 and hashtag Action Please. Be sure to tell us what ideas you're going to take for action on animal agriculture, and certainly continue the conversation through the rest of the day and into tomorrow. It's been a great day here at the summit. I'll enjoy catching up with you in the reception afterward. Remember, Action Please. Have a good evening.
I'm tired of myself, but I avoided saying the term activist whack.